live again after 11 and a half hours the other time. It's check if YouTube's even working. A little slow to the punch. I expect very little of YouTube and I get about the same. They're saying it's fine, but it's not the web live. Double check stuff here, get all picked up a follower in the meantime too. Posted in Discord and yeah. All the general crap. This, which is better. I should put, I don't even want advertising. Do one. Okay, I guess. For some reason these stupid earbuds are not charging bro. Battery low again. I'm like, why? Why battery low? Here. Okay. And then my earbuds went disconnected, so let me fix that real fast. These things suck. All right. Hopefully that gets the job done. I have 42 viewers to start. What? Wild or true? Yeah. Absolutely wild. Get all that crap good to go, and then we can begin. I love all the behind the scenes stuff. I wish I had music to listen to, you know. I love all the behind the scenes stuff. But I would unmute watching stream, which is silly because you shouldn't do that. But I would good to go. As I find my restream chat, I closed. I mean, who looks at the restream chat, right? Not like I want to hear from services I'm streaming on, right? No? Anyone? No? Every time being a streamer, we will buy one more monitor, I think. Oh, let's get all these things into the workshop here. Oh, this one's not even in there. I think. I need to add them all to the H load. But, you know, we'll get there. We always get in there. Well, steampunk card is already in there. I moved it all conveniently that way. Excellent. Excellent. I used to make the mistake of not organizing, and that is dumb. This is what I missed. 6th floor, Toymaker's Workshop, Toymaker's Workshop. Yep. Yep. Oh, if I missed one, I don't know where it is. All lightning coils are in there. Yep. Yep. Tesla coils. Move this to the thing as well. All right, so and the Poppet box and all this crap is already in the thingy. Nice, nice. Thinking ahead, I was. So now I'm just gonna do this thing here where I add all the sentence here. I'll put them all in the H load. Kind of important. So this way they're not constantly loading the whole time. Oh, these are also in the H load for some reason. Why are these even part of the thing? I mean, they need to be in the H load. It's not wrong. Oh, that's part of the toy prison thingy. Sure. I gotta fix the toy prison too. I'm gonna do that in a second, but I'll open it just so I remember to do it. I need to fix this thing so you can easily grab it. So with all that crap in there, I add other things like that. I guess I gotta do the H load for these too. I want to do H actually. I want to do H load for everything. I guess I could just do everything in the Whimsy Wonders thing. Can I H load everything in here? Is that possible? You can see how much crap is in this thing. I'm surprised the game runs at all. Give it a second to figure itself out. You show up and greet the chat. Hello. 69 followers. The prophecy is foretold. It has been, actually, this prophecy has been achieved. It's not even foretold. It is now truth. Yes, indeed. Not as exciting as the, you know, the 69 420 that I think Musk was trying to predict on. I don't remember what it was for, but something. Still, the prophecy foretold. It'll be done. I haven't done this in a minute, so, you know. Not a very useful H load if you don't actually use it. And it's a pretty necessary optimization that I just do not always remember to do. And I guess we're putting all the box brushes in there. What is this vat? That is most certainly not a resurrection vat. I guess it kept the old name because I originally called it that. Weird. called? Not a resurrection's at. Scenery. Pump. Pump. Got to pump it. Pump 2. Search for more pump. I actually don't know why I even had that one in there. Actually, I don't even need this. I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. It was just a thing to show. I didn't move Poppet into the thing yet. I'll deal with it at some point. Probably not on stream. Or I'll move it temporarily off screen, move her into one of the vats, and then move it back on screen. Whatever. I'll figure something out. Whimsy Wonders. Actually, instead of doing that, I don't need Charlotte on there either. These ones don't need to be part of the thing there. I don't need them to have mesh bounds volume, so eventually I will want to put those on there, but not yet. Let's move this to, well, actually, that might be possible to just toss that into the thing too. Sure, I guess I'll leave some part of the H load just to make life a little easier. All part of it. Hell yeah, build all levels. This way I can get better FPS. Delete the previous, thank you. Feel free to save everything you want. An absolutely perfect time to have people to chat with, but it takes a while in the stream, I find. That there's a blog thing I can do as a partner affiliate. That's interesting. I'll have to look at that. There's so many dumb little things in the background where I'm like, okay, this, and it's like, like cool, neat. I'm curious to see what ads pay, because like I've seen like 1 day, but I think it takes like 3 or 4 days after. This is technically the third stream I've done this week. I wouldn't even know. I don't know about the whole back end thing. I'm still figuring out as I go. Kind of cool to see. I mean, shows people are excited about what I'm doing, and that's really what the big thing is. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, ain't nobody retiring or quitting their day job on. I made $7 in the last like 5 days. Nobody's quitting their day job on that. But if someone handed me $7, it wouldn't mean that much. But that people were actually willing to watch, and that's why I had the money. While I was, working on a project that they like my project enough, that's what means something. Any money, I guess, just going to go towards, getting more assets for the game anyway. Or maybe improving the streamer setup, I can use real streamer lights and not, I have a couple lamps off to the sides that I just have on, and that's my streamer lights. I mean, they're okay. That's not like the ugliest streamer lights I've ever seen. But, aren't exactly the best streamer lights I've ever seen either. They're kind of in between. Okay, so with all that, the FPS look like now? Probably terrible. We're waiting, we're doing it. It's still pretty bad, but there's definitely going to need to be some optimization that goes on. Because there's definitely a lag spike that happens, which I'll have to look into why that is. It's probably going to involve cooking the stuff so that it's less ridiculous. And I also need to probably shrink some of these textures or something, or maybe add some LEDs or something. I don't know, optimization is its own beast. Also, emissive lights, like, they sound like they're way more optimized than they are, but from what I can tell, they're not that optimized. Just in testing. But yeah. Still kind of neat setup. I need more pipes. I think I'm going to redo this whole thing. I almost want to make this place way bigger than it is. I really don't want to lock the... I don't want the player to wander too far. You know? Because if the player wanders too far, it's kind of a little weird. I'm going to turn the lights on so I can see them going. Because for the first portion of the game, I do need to have something here, which means I probably need a chair you can jump on. I'll probably just get a simple chair to jump on there. It's so sinister. We're just getting rid of the stairwell thing here because the stairwell sucks. But maybe not this one. I might keep this stairwell because of the fact that it's goes to the top here. But I got to redo this stupid floor too. Apparently, go up. Oh. Through the thing. This door seems bizarrely low. I guess I moved the whole wall down thinking that thing wanted to, so I'll move back up when looking at it because otherwise. It could be pretty beautiful if I have enough stuff going on looking out there, so it's possible. I almost want it to be something the players can see. This will be closed. But I don't know. I could also just expand this whole thing out to cover the top floor and just make it one huge floor. Let me think about this. What if instead of it done this way, it extends all the way out to the sides here, and there's like a central courtyard instead that is exposed with all the stuff. Be the reverse of this. Gives you more space. Gives me more space for rooms to put there, more space to put things in general. I could have the resurrection ritual in the center of the entire roof, which would probably look cooler. But it's not wrong. I don't hate this idea because it has more of a grandiose sound to it than what's currently going on. We're gonna have these little crappy planter boxes, which I thought were cool at the time, but got over them. But what if I just do that? Okay, well, whenever I question these things, the first thing I do is do it. I could sit there and go, maybe. Let's just see what it looks like. It might look awesome. So we're just going to grab one of these bottom floor thingies and we're just going to move it up. Right, like we could just do this and just drag one up. I think I'm just going to grab all these two. Oh, these aren't even strung together. Let me... Rooftop border. I love me for having put all these in here. You know? Except I forgot one. That's the only one I forgot. Get all the children. I'm not saying I'm going to get rid of these necessarily. They might stay around. But for now, they're going to live way up there while I figure out what I'm doing. Let's say I do this and put another floor here. Actually, honestly, I have one thing I want to do first. Let's add all these to the thingy. I'm not sure I even like these things. I might take them away, but maybe not. But either way, these could be part of the rooftop border as well, so I don't got to find them, and they could just move with and be much more accurate. So let's have the infamous 6th floor. It's just in hindsight, I think I like this idea way better for how I want the game to play out. Um, Maybe not though. I have a backup, so you know if I need to do that, I can do that. But I hate that it's bouncing it back and forth. It's obnoxious. Rooftop water. Okay. To be honest, though, it's not gonna be that hard to move everything there anyway, because I can just select it all here and then. It's so much better than grouping, because grouping creates an actor which causes problems, but this does not. It just puts them all in an area where I can just look at them later. I guess I want all the bottom stuff too. It makes the final floor look okay. Grab windows and everything too, and then whatever. I'll figure it out. Hey, tricky lady, how's it going? I'm contemplating changing a lot of the way this is set up. A lot of it. This floor is huge though. Oh, oh, don't like it. Too big. 0 out of 10, too big. Oh, kinda. I think I slept like 4 or 5 hours, and then I had to get up and go to work, and then I came home and slept for like 2 hours, so that's kind of good sleep. Good for me. Like, yeah. I'm used to getting only 6 hours sleep anyway. I don't sleep very well. Hard to get the old brain to shut up, you know? Mostly because it's all excited about this. It's like, ooh, could be doing this instead. Could have been included with these. Oops. How was your sleep? Hopefully better than mine. Subway. Oh, well, I'm envious. Yes, indeed. Oh, I don't want to do this. I was thinking of reversing the layout of this. No dreams, huh? I had no dreams half the time. Yeah. Always something going on in my head. Lately, I've been working on this so much, half the things I'm dreaming about are building more things than this. I can definitely tell you, it's a thing. Part of a biology course. Ooh. Being all useful, unlike some of us here who are clearly not useful. You don't want to move everything in here out, dude. Side room. Or even centralize it. Is that what I'm doing here? Maybe. Hmm. Well, we'll just go with the hypothetical setup here and build from there. I could move this back down. That's not what I want. Border. Go run to the border. There'll be something along these lines here. And then have a rooftop on it. Is that what I'm looking to do? Maybe. Huh. I want the resurrection ritual to probably be in the center of this floor. And instead of having, you know, this little tiny room here. Oh. Well, funny thing about wearing, like, I actually have multiple shirts of the same colors, but I was wearing a green shirt. You know what doesn't work in front of a green screen? A green shirt. You know who hasn't done laundry yet? Me. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do laundry. Okay, well, what shirts do I have that are not currently in the laundry? Oh, this one. So it turns out, yeah. No idea how I managed to work in the meantime. Yeah, well, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just a machine. Feels like it. I definitely did not get a lot of time to do anything besides like the bare minimum of what I needed to do. It was rough. Okay, well, okay, this is what's happening. I might be adding a bunch of work here. I'm not sure this is a good idea. But in my hypothetical world here of possibilities, might be a good idea. Buy the same plans? Or somebody say pants? Fair. I mean, these are nice pants. Dang, I like them. They're light, they're bendy. Yes. Yes, they're good times, yes. That's about the right height, too. A little bit lower, I guess. So, what we're thinking is this. I actually don't know if this is better than having a mini tower at the top. I'm kind of in argument on this one, so we're experimenting to see which proves to be better, but I can always copy paste everything from the other project and not worry about it. Well, this resurrection ritual is really lame. I just have a pentagram here, but I have plenty of pentagrams. I don't think I need this one. That's fair. Yeah. Medications are rough. I got hospitalized over a couple medications that they gave me for to fix other problems. I was like, really? This sucks. Hey, Lepis, how's it going? I'm going to be carted away on an ambulance because they gave me a like an acid reflux medication that just did not agree with me. It was like, wow, wrong medication, you know? Good times. Or there wasn't good times. Yeah, it was just like for like my neck thing, they tried like a gabapentin, which that caused a lot of problems. I was like twitching for I took it for like 5 days and was twitching for I think like 6 months afterwards from the effects of just having spasms over it. It was terrible. And then the other one was like I think it was omeprazole. No, it was different besides omeprazole, but it was basically a GERD medication, which didn't help. And it, after like 6 days, put me in the hospital instead. And I was like, what a great thing here. Gabapentin, that's one. That's the one. That's the one that hospitalized me. Hate that stuff. I was like, oh, sorry, gabapentin's not. That's the. Never mind. That's the other one. Then that's the Twitch one. Oh, the one that caused me to twitch. Oh, what was the hospitalized me? This is the GERD one. It's not omeprazole. I thought it started with a G. Yeah. Fun. What am I working on, Lepis? I had this idea for like the first room here, where it was the Toy Maker's Workshop, right? And I was building on this monstrosity, and then I realized that the way I had them initially was that I had this like double room tower here that looked like I can just hide this real fast so you could still see what it looks like. I had this, and it just had this fencing down one lower. Then I thought about wouldn't it be cooler if I reversed it and instead had this central area be open and then these side rooms not be. So I don't know if this will be cool, but hey. whenever I have an idea, I usually just try it. That's how I get a lot of weird things. I just start building. It's like I could think about it. No, I'm just going to build it. Maybe I hate it. I don't know. Maybe I love it. We'll find out. That makes sense that gap hemp works against epilepsy. It's supposed to be for a lot of, well, they were, it's like for numbness and tingling caused from my neck injuries. Yeah. Well, that's an option. The reverse there with the pentagram thingy. As opposed to having, like here, I was thinking central courtyard instead. That's open. I don't know if it'll play out better, though. Having a tower get to things is also its own interesting option. Kind of an argument myself on this one. Because, like, this is what I'm thinking here. Yeah. Duplicate this one real fast. Because I do want a resurrection ritual, and I want it to be raining during it, because, you know, it just seems like it'd be really cool. Let's just subtract on that real fast, and then let's shrink it down. Pigeon motion was. I do have a plan for the fight. It's the fight at the top is most definitely not going to be like, it's more of a climactic fight. As you're trying to stop this ritual to resurrect Charlotte at the cost of a bunch of people. We'll see how it goes out, though. I mean, like, I have an idea just for how... The other one just didn't seem that impressive to me. Like, it was missing something. I definitely need more rooms with plants, though, but... So we do this setup here, and having this be more of an interior type of garden thing, and then have stuff around the outside. That's an option. But in thinking about it, there's another option, too. Like, this doesn't have to have a garden on it. Also, I could just move all these stupid planters up. It doesn't have to be a thing. But could hypothetically do this as well. I'll do this here. Let's create this as like a secondary floor on here instead. And then I could raise these walls up here and have this be like a much larger thing with more pipes and sinister stuff going on. And I could also have the resurrection ritual on this side too. I don't know if I like that better. It's an interesting idea. Let's grab a wall and move it up and get an idea of the hypothetical here. This door wouldn't probably be here, but hey Mike, how's it going? That's one cat, nothing. That's what I just heard. So I could do this setup here. And then maybe have some side rooms or something here, which makes this floor more interesting. And have this potentially go way up in the air too, to be more like a bigger lab. Hey Ponton, how's it going? How things working out, Mike? Glad your day is going good. Good. I don't want to make the lab bigger, more grandiose. And it's possible to put the resurrection ritual in here. And like this giant room here. There's no rain though. That's a problem. Kevin, nice. I mean, you know, all we can do just put nose to the grind and just start, you know, deving. Good things happen. Or at the very least, something happens. We'll call it good things. Kind of want a scene where there is running. Well, actually, here I could do this too. Let's do a bit more hypothetical work here. Oh, that is most definitely not what I was trying to do here. Let's do this. And say we leave half of it open. One of my problems with the other setup for this was that you could easily see into his lab and what he was doing, which seemed kind of crazy if he was, you know, putting people's souls into dolls and like that, you know. Wouldn't make much sense. Here you really can't. And then I had like the giant resurrection ritual here that is exposed to the light thing there. I guess I could put another wall down here. So let's just grab a wall and start building. We're cooking right now. That's what's happening. We cooking. Perfect. One must cook in order to get the finest of food. Nice. Game dev food. Yes. Not a very good analogy. So, boss 1, U0, that's what I heard. Don't select whatever that is. Don't be like, why does it do this? I want to paste, but I don't want to paste in a way that I have to, let's paste on top of this. That'll, we just word things. Perfect. So then we do this here and seal off this here, and the resurrection can be over here. And I can make it more grandiose too, because before I had so little space to make it cool. You know, it just didn't have it. Now I will have space to make it cool. Like I was afraid to have things be big. But if you're going to go to some climactic ritual, just having a little dopey spot on a roof feels kind of weak. Like, I could do better than that. Let's say we do this here. So. And then that's to align with the door. Over much. A little better. Doesn't really match that door though. These two doors do not match at all. Fair enough though. I'll figure something out. Then that gives me this huge open area here that I can open up to have, you know, some massive machines. And no crappy stairs, because I hate stairs. Let's just get rid of all this garbage. I don't like it. I don't like any of it. Like, I don't need to build this room yet because it's literally going to be much later in the game. But that means that now I can build this up, make it a crazy pipe monstrosity. There's not going to be a door here. I don't want the door here. It's just a temporary. Actually, I'm just going to grab this one, drag it over. Yeah, I don't know. This is my idea. I think it could be good. Probably. Could be bad. Also probably. But I really want shock and awe, like, as far as when you start the game. Like, I want you to be immediately um thrown into the world of being tiny. Right? But a single story room doesn't really do that as well. Like, if there's some bizarre concoction of pipes and everything going up there with some weird heart thing that's just, I mean, that would be so much more impressive than what I was doing. I think. Even though I didn't like how the other one looked, it just looked plain Jane. I built it originally with no idea how I was going to build the levels, so, I can forgive the plain Jane on it. I can always make it better later, as long as I make something, right? All right, so let's get let's select the surface. Let's get all adjacent. Make this a 10. My walls are always 10s. Doesn't really match this area too much, but I can fix that later. I ain't too worried about that. Also, I just need to move the whole wall over anyway. Okay, no, I'll be around when you get bored. I'm just doing my thing, so. It's 1%. Nice, nice. Probably not going to hear too much at 1%, but just being there in spirit is good enough. Now it looks like a castle. I probably need to move all those in. I don't even know if I like these side things very much. They're kind of wonky and weird. I don't know if I'm doing anything with this. I don't think I am, to be honest. Like, I don't think I need to. Oh, cool. I mean, I'll be at it for hours and hours, so good luck on the biology course. All the work and everything. Be useful, unlike the rest of us. Everyone could be being useful in chat for all I know. It could just be me being not useful. Until the game releases, I count myself as being not useful. Once it gets released, I'm sure the next scene will be me on a beach somewhere going, yep. Actually, it'll probably be me, digitally like AI to look like I'm in front of a beach. Or maybe I'll just put the green screen as a beach. So this way, people will think I made it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Lurking is good. I'm always happy when people are around. Even if they're just staring at me all weirdly, which sometimes they do. I'm just like, and they're like, we just get into a weird looking mesh. I like to think that there's really just a legion of people who have, that's all they do is just sit there and stare at you and then occasionally slink into the shadows. Something different for the roof color. Well, I mean, that would be awesome. I would pretty much just be like, hey, Kiyun, you wanna voice a doll? I'd hang out and be like, chat with him. Admittedly, I assume that he would be too busy to chat for a lot of times because dude's got so much he's always doing. Pretty much. That's why I need to just have like a green screen of a computer. A green screen of a beach. I'm not even sure how to set that up. All right. Well, that's wrong. I could have like a little background right behind just my portrait there, but it's in front of the screen. This way I'm at the beach. I wish my green screen was more horizontal, so this way I could actually have a scene behind me. Instead, it's very vertical because, well, if I don't have my camera vertically, it doesn't really hide much. The green screen, I'd have to basically have it directly behind me. I can have a bit of distance. I mean, I can reach all the way back here to hit it. Close, but not like, not like that close. I tend to express things in my hands, and then I forget that, like, most time it's cut off. Like, I have to literally express like this, really close, as opposed to, probably like grandiose gestures. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. That time, doesn't work. Maybe I'll do a tile top. But I don't think I'm even going to use it for anything, so I don't even know if that's true. Okay. So we do that. Hypothetical here blocks this here. So if I don't want to have painting world as an option, this is the thing. Otherwise, you can enter this, and I can have you go wander around this outside here and then have the resurrection ritual. And I can have you look in at the resurrection ritual, but not be able to interfere with it yet. Right? That's pretty much what Flappy Bird. Could it be animated? I don't see why not. I mean, if I just had a clip of, an animated scene behind me, that's all it takes. What I should do is actually record the ocean in this, just sit by it. Okay, I can't stand that speed. Faster. I could just sit by the ocean in this for a bit, recording, what's going on, then put this behind me. I would just be like, I'll have something not selected that's there. Let's do this. This guy. Did I just record this sitting out there like that? And I could just have this behind me as long as I made the little recording of it. So it's a thing. Maybe I'll do it as a joke. Maybe I'll make my own little, like, sandy beach or something like that. I don't know how necessary it is. I mean, again, like, you couldn't really see very much because of how my camera is aligned. You'd mostly see some verticality, and that's about it. Pretty hard to have a scene behind me. I'll have to experiment with seeing if I can get this the green screen to block enough to the sides to have like that, so I can have a better setup. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to have a like All Hallows Eve thing, like Halloween basically, or some sort of resurrection ritual, because it's always the day they say when spirit realm is the closest to the world of the living kind of thing. So I gotta run with that, right? And so we just do this. I think I like this idea better. The other thing was interesting, but I couldn't figure out what I was going to do with a bunch of crappy little planter boxes that was fun. Like, so what? What does that even do for you? I might extend this all the way to the wall, though. The only thing that sucks is I kind of want to see the moon, but you can see the moon out the top, I think. It does kind of suck. It is kind of a neat scene. Well, it's a lot grander in here, that's true. Plus now I can have a pipe maze to reach the painting too. They can have an actual fun room to wander through instead of, something boring. Because I could just put a chair here and get to a painting, but I could also put the painting up higher or something. I don't know if I want to do that. I might put the painting lower and just have to you have to do a jumping thing to get up there just because it's funny. Obnoxious. Give you a reason to come back because of the magician thing too, so I'm gonna hide boxes here. Yeah, I'm thinking that. These are too small. Then you get like lighted up windows, things like that. Actually, I just think this roof is not very well aligned, to be honest. I'm probably gonna get rid of these crappy planter boxes. They were the basis for the whole jungle area types of things, but they make no sense here now. I mean, they're not ugly, but I got planter box down here, but there's no reason to put flowers in those. I'd probably replace these with something else. And yeah. It would have been better if this was slightly better aligned, I guess. Now it's like little hallways. Yeah, there could be like rooms out here or something. I don't know what would be out here. But it gives me an interesting new area to play with. It lets this be a room that's way more interesting. Like if I have you jump around up here and everything like that, you'll get to see some of the city too, right? So it's not like it's the worst. Yeah, because now you get to run around the pipes up here and stuff, which is a lot more interesting. Might even put one of the tarot cards up here. Can't jump that high, but it'll give him a chance to go on top of things and find stuff. I hate it. I gotta put the light mechanic on these. I wonder if I could just child them to the light thingy. Maybe. Maybe look at the light child or the light parent and see what happens for that, because I think I can just get away with that. These can't be shut off. I think it's a point light though. I don't want a point light on them necessarily. This also lacks any of the extra stuff, so it's not even really what I want. All right. Let me go find the code for stuff here. These will do. Street lamp has the code. Mostly just need in light. Yeah. It's just this first one here. And it just has to have BPI interact on it. Okay. But you can't turn off the Tesla coil, so. Interact. It's just BPI interact, right? It's not. Yeah. So I guess in darkness. I don't care about in focus like that. I really just need this small amount of stuff. And then to set it as a distance so that the player can do their thing. Actually, I'll just copy this thing I'm doing. Refresh nodes. And the light's not going to be on or off ever, so it's just a delay to check if the player's nearby. I don't need this crap. I can just run in light here. And then in the construction script, I can set up how far I want it to be. The count as. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can do it here. I already had that. Oh, it's on the streetlights, my bad. Sure. Streetlights are set at 1,000 as a default. That's fine. I'll set it instance editable so I can make my life a little easier. And now these will count as lights. To be honest, everything should count as lights. I don't think you need to be affected by the curse in this room. I don't really want the curse to be introduced until after this room. Interesting. I mean, it should be the full actor it goes from, but let's do this here. Distance to character, that attenuation radius there. Sure. Didn't even need this because it's just calling BPI interact. I didn't even need that at all. Just needed the thing there, power surge, sure. And light. Or should I want a second one? I just want a true false on it, see if it's actually doing what it's doing. Or if I somehow messed it up, but I can't imagine how I did because it's really just this little bit of code does everything. Or to see I'm up to 69 followers. Nice. Important. Prophecy has been foretold. The 69 followers have been achieved. I don't really want there to be a curse in this room. Right. Nice. That should provide more than enough issues for the sanity thing. Still really kind of dark. I think let me check this here. Engine scalability. Oh, never mind. One of the things running like crap. Actually, post barely does anything. It's a lot to ask my computer to run it on epic settings while streaming. You only need a few of my epic settings, the lighting mostly, everything else, it's like, if it's on medium, it disables all the lumen, so you can't even see the lighting, so I have to have it on that. We're running not that great. This takes a moment to load. Was that real fast? Well, that improved it some. There's still a slight drop that happens every once in a while, which is bizarre. I don't know what causes it, but That's not even on the ground. Nice. Need more steampunk machinery. I need to look up some ideas for like Tesla stuff and see if I can build some neat things. I don't know if I need 8 resurrection vats. I feel like Dr. Wily bosses. Sort of, they're very awkward. This is Dr. Wily bosses. These are the robot masters you have to beat. I'm half torn because I could put like all the dead characters' bodies in the thing. And just have them floating in the tanks. But there's only 6 victims. Yeah, I was building these yesterday. These, these, the heart thingy. And these are just pipes that are bent in fun ways, but yeah, I was making these things. Did other stuff too, but you know, did stuff. I would make these Tesla whales like amazing. They get some water. This tea's. Oh, get rid of those because I don't like them. Maybe find some inspiration real fast on what to build next. I mean, they just have to look like weird, unexplainable machines. That's all that matters. Like, they don't have to actually look, you know, like anything real. That's no fun. Just something unusual to look at. Hmm. 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 Need some sort of box with gears and everything like that. Diodes and things like that would be kind of cool. Like walls of those things. That'd probably be pretty neat. Um, I'm gonna find a bunch of random pictures and full interesting ideas. There's not enough gears going on. I can already tell that's a true thing. Like, I feel like there should be way more gears because it's steampunk. Oh, wait, I don't like that term. I think there should be more gears. Feels such a stupid word. I don't feel anything in here. I think there should be more gears. I might just have these go up. No, that's the most boring thing I've ever heard in my life. Nah, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I'll just duplicate this over to the side so I don't care that much about it. I could actually move the heart up, but I kind of want there to be some big machine. And it's possible I get rid of these here. I kind of like having the glass up there. A bit. They definitely need to be bent as many weird ways as possible, so this way it just seems unusual. I had this idea in the other game, in Miranda's game that I was making, that was all more imaginary types of stuff, but that had its own crazy weird heart thing and horror-esque things, but that game just had no direction. This clearly has a direction. I like the direction. Good one. Well, people seem to like it, so it must be not terrible. Could be terrible. What if we do that and make it like, you know, more bendy and weird? Like it's like, you know, from a body or something? I don't know, I hate it. I feel like it should be slightly more bendy, and by feeling me, I think it should be bendy. Not horrible. I straighten the top out. So something like that. I'm gonna delete this one. And instead just dupe this one. Give it the gold 180. I'm gonna grab some water here real quick. This he is not doing it for me. Hit all this stuff here. Nice. Yeah, I'll be right back. It's gonna take me like a minute or something. I just get water instead. Get back to building bizarre thingies. We'll rebuild this one up here and make it also weird. I mean, this could easily be like a final boss room, but not. Currently, I have the final boss as being one of 3 people, depending upon which way you go with it. But that might change. I worry that I won't be able to make it truly play out that well, so I might want to make it so that it is just have it be cooler by focusing on a couple of them as opposed to having 3. That's what I'm thinking. Kind of mirror that one a little bit. Or I can go this way instead. Do I like that better? Almost kinda, actually. Hmm. It's fair. I don't hate it. It's not like the worst. I delete this one instead, so I don't get it. Instead, just scoop and rotate this one. I don't ever have to show the roof, so there never has to be anything on the roof for them to see. Because that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. And I might have you run around on top of pipes to get through this room. I also need to make more contraptions. Yeah, follow goal. Nice. Thanks for following. Well, also, I don't have the custom, alerts on because I haven't been able to get them to work for the longest time. But I put the Twitch ones on this time, and now they work. So now we'll make custom ones. I've been trying to get to work for like the last 3 days, ever since I became affiliate, and it all worked beforehand. And I became an affiliate. It's like, nope. I put the Twitch ones in there today, instead of like from, I think, Streamlabs previously. Now we'll make custom ones. Thank you for showing me those work. Isn't that sad? That's like been the most exciting thing. But that's, I don't think it's really sad. It's been a problem. It's been on my mind for a bit. So anyway, I'm making a steampunk lab, and I decided to restructure the building so that now this lab is going to be 2 floors. And the plan is to start you as being resurrected right here in this box. You've had your soul, put into a doll. I'm going to put the character's body in one of the resurrection vats. I'm arguing on how many resurrection vats. I'm sure that's a thing you were figuring you'd hear about tonight, how, deciding just how many resurrection vats are necessary. I can understand. It's definitely a real question that should pop up in everyday conversation. But yeah, you start in the box. I apparently can't jump into the box and begin the game by going out here with a heartbeat. That. Oh, she has underwear on. I will probably need to. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. If they want to see your underwear, it's fine. Yeah, I'll probably have her wake up or something like that to a heartbeat, and then look around and see things. Pretty much spawned on. Yep, Lepus it does apparently, as evidenced by the follow and the goal achieved, 70 followers. Gosh, it was when was it? Last Friday or something that I hit 50, and now we're at 70. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I put the painting really high up in the air. I want the Tinka to see what's going on from her painting, and to try to call to you to, get you to wake up. So the first character you meet will, of course, be her, and she wants you to get to the painting to escape out here because you don't have a key to open the door. And this is not going to be the Moonlit Garden, it's going to be something else later. I put a box here for later that you can't open because you don't have a key. Or you won't have the magicians, you can't open it. Give you a reason to come back. I want to hide things up there. I don't know if I want stairs going up to like a second, like a catwalk. I kind of do now that I just said it. Nice, nice. 49, 49. I appreciate all the followers. Every single one. The more the merrier. The only reason I was excited about that particular follower so much is just because I proved the system worked after 3 days. I'm excited by the follower, but there was definitely a level of excitement towards having finally fixed the problem. I reset everything. I read all the stuff and it just wasn't enough. I'm like, huh. Let's say I have a catwalk. And then Poppet can get to the catwalk and just take the stairs up. Do I want her to run around on the pipes? I mean, I guess I could establish she can run on the pipes, but not have the catwalk go everywhere. Like, what if the catwalk goes, like around here, through here, and maybe it could go to a second story door here, potentially, as an option. So it's just like a square up here with like a hole in the center so you could see what's going on below. Doesn't sound bad, does it? It sounds Pretty reasonable, all things considered. Let's do it. Well, actually, what am I going to build Cowlick out of? That's a question to ask first. I could make it the same as the floor, which is what I was thinking of doing. And that would probably look, it'd match the building. Think about this here. Let's say I put it here or something. Rub a bit. Whenever I wonder if I should do something a certain way, I usually just make it and see if it looks like that's something I like. And if I don't like it, I just undo it. Or do something different. Sure. So let's say we do that. Put it around that vicinity here. Maybe we shrink it a little bit more. I'm going to put it on top of these pipes so it looks like it's being held up by the pipes. So I really want to give the player the feeling of being small and a world of exploration. And there's no fights in this room to start with. Like later on, I'll probably put fights in here, but initially you won't have to fight in this room. Because I just don't... Well, I could give out the Fool in this room. Maybe. 1 second. I could give out the Fool in this room, I guess. I really want to replace the Sucker as something else and make the Fool a different ability. But you got to give her a weapon pretty quickly. Fight with. But as far as the story goes and what the meaning of the tarot cards are, the Fool's the one going on a journey. You know, trying to accomplish things, the one who's like, you know, ignorant of the world and things like that, which is why, you know, it makes sense to give Poppet the Fool at the start of the journey. And the world card near the end if you get the good ending, and if you don't get the world card, you got the bad ending. Congratulations. Because that's representing the completion of a journey. Accomplishing of your goals. So I did so much research into tarot cards. I never even looked at them like, you know, before, and I honestly don't even like tarot cards a whole lot, but they fit the theme so well. I was like, okay, well, listen. What I found was a lot of the meanings for them are pretty subjective. Like, different people, like I've seen completely contradictory meanings for each one. I'm just like, all right, okay. You guys are making this kind of hard on me here. I don't know. It was definitely interesting, to say the least. Let's turn this into a negative. Let's get negative. Very subtractive, but it puts a little negative sign on there, so I'm going to call it negative. Yeah. Said so. We do something like this. And migrate this to here, I guess. Probably just expand it to make it taller too, so this way I don't have to try to get it perfect. Something along these lines. This obviously needs to be much smaller though. Not horrible. But I would imagine it'd be wider than this. I could make it go all the way to the walls. Do I do that? I could also raise it up a slight bit too so that it matches the other floor. Like that? I like it more if I move both of them. That's probably true. I could move it up a bit so it kind of matches. I do kind of like it being on top of the pipes though. I mean, it's already a pretty tall room. Grab a Charlotte and drop her on here because Charlotte's the way I decide if something is the right size. You know, being the giant character that she is, if she could fly around it perfectly fine, probably be okay. I mean, it's a catwalk. It's not supposed to be too ridiculously big. So it's probably fine. I guess the sides are the ones I care the most about now. I kind of think I could have something better for the catwalk material, though. It's probably going to be a metal of some sort. And just have it supported by pipes. Just kind of in general. It's already balancing on pipes, so I can see that. I don't hate it. I mean, it's not perfect yet, but I don't hate it. Already been streaming for an hour? I didn't even know. It's actually an hour and 20 minutes. Kind of doing my thing. Didn't even notice. That's kind of cool. You work your way up to here, and then maybe there's a painting up here. I could actually not have Tinka wake you up. I could actually have you just wake up in here and have to figure out what to do. Have it not be incredibly on rails. You know, you explore around and try to find what you have to do. It's kind of an impressive starting room, and if I put rails on this too. Well, obviously I need rails, otherwise it'd be weird. I'll definitely include combat in here later if you go back. I might prevent you from coming back easily, though. Or maybe I just go, okay, well, once you can get the key, you can come back to this room and you can open the door. Or maybe I just jealously guard the key for this area until way later. Wee... Boink. Not horrible. I mean, I don't like the material of it. I think the material is stupid, but we'll see what else I come up with. I have questions. Tabs open for no apparent reason. Okay. I have to use my massager on my wrists here. Yeah. I've been getting a lot of workout from the computer usage. This is like 11 and a half hours yesterday at the computer. I was at least standing for it, so I wasn't sitting for all of it, but that's a lot of computer time. I don't think I'd make 11 and a half hours if I was sitting in front of the computer. It'd just be, I feel like crap. I know I'm getting older. Too much sitting, not enough exercise. Bad times. 0 out of 10. Do not like. I think this would actually be thinner intentionally. Right? Makes the most sense. If it's a catwalk, as opposed to, you know, the other one that's made out of metal, you kind of thin it out a bit. Well, remove the negative. Ain't nobody care about the negative. Care about it, not that much. The only problem is now I need some kind of stairs up. So where are we putting the stairs up? This is where I might get rid of 2 of the resurrection ritual thingy, the resurrection vats. Because quite simply, I don't really need those. There's only 6 victims. Well, 7 if you include Tinka. Like the bosses. So I was thinking of putting all the bosses and like their human forms in the various vats. And Poppet. And to be honest, the resurrection ritual could actually just happen in this room later too, for that matter. Like, you could come back to it. Well, it's supposed to be a working place, it's not a, you know, dilapidated place. I mean, I could have a broken one, maybe. But the thing is he would clean it up. Like, he wouldn't leave a broken one there. Like, that's the thing. It's like, if everyone died, maybe there'd be a broken one there, but it's his lab. He would just replace the, you know, replace it or get rid of it if it was broken. Unless it broke right then and there. Which is a thing that could happen. Might write the names of the girls on here too. I don't know if I'm doing that. I'm not sure if I'm going to put all in here or if I'm just going to leave them empty. I do think I should remove 2 of them though. I want people to remember that there are like 6, you know, victims or 6 major victims. The big bosses that you have to deal with. Well, some of the big bosses because they're all driven crazy. I do have a shattered glass thing. I use it for one of the toy prisons, but it's one of the bosses gets out of. Where's the rooms? In the forbidden toy room. One of them got out. I was gonna have the story is that you let out all these toys and everything like that, and then it becomes a problem later. Probably to stop Vu or something like that. And open it. The only ones currently sitting in the case is Oliver though. Good little bunny doll. Spoiler. Not a good bunny doll. No. Nobody in the Forbidden Toys room is a good person. We'll see. I need stairs. Maybe spiral stairs. Oh, but I hate stairs. They play so badly. Ugh. Every time you ever have to jump upstairs as Poppet, you'll learn how to hate your life in an all new way. That's so true. Stairs are miserable. Absolutely miserable. I took out the stairwell from the building that went all the way up and down the building purely because the stairs were so awful. It's like going to a regular building with stairs. You're like, oh, cool. I gotta climb how many flights of stairs? Nice, nice. We're working it. We're working it. We're enjoying it. We're not. 0 out of 10. Not enjoying it. Well, I'm thinking about it. Let me fix the toy prison. I made a note to do this and then failed to do so. Oh, actually. I can open it in the blueprint. Yay. This is important because I need to be able to grab this. It's too far. It does not need to go out that much farther. That's probably enough right there, actually. She just has to be able to grab it, and I don't really want it to be seen through the door when it's closed. That's where the issue lies. I guess maybe I just have to live with it being seen through the door when the thing closes. I mean, it kind of matches, so it's not like it's terrible looking. Well, I mean, it's a working place. There could be a bat or two, I guess, but you start out in the room. This is the beginning of the game. Cobwebs, maybe. I don't have cobweb assets is the problem. Like, I haven't found good webbing assets yet. You'd think I'd have some. Maybe that Halloween town has some. I don't even look. It could. I did get a bunch of new stuff. Sometimes it's worth a look and seeing what I got. I was considering putting those in areas. It's just, weirdly enough, I don't have them. Think I would. But then I don't. It's just bizarre. Like, huh. Like how I didn't compile any of these yet, so I have to compile them myself if I want. Oh, actually, let's all make them nanite. Something can't be nanite. Find me the static meshes. These can be nanite. Doesn't need to say static in there twice. It's fine. Just static mesh. Already all nanite. Okay, well, let's. Is there a web? There's a spider. No web. I have questions. Why is there no web? Is there a blueprint for webs? Give me webs. That's all I ask. There's a spline for something. What? Why spline? A spline? Hey. Huh. Not a bad spline. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I just don't seem to have webs. Even though this is a Halloween town, you would think there would be some kind of web. There's awkward glowing gravestones. Why they glow pink, I have no idea. Seems like a terrible color for them to glow. I could always change that. More pumpkins. I have better pumpkin. Yeah. Spooky trees. I thought this would be cooler than it is, but it's not really that great. I can put a witch hat on Poppet. Give her a different witch hat. I definitely would not have paid for usage of the current hat I'm using if I had known I was going to have this, but I didn't. Yeah, I just don't have webs at the moment. And the only bats I have are like, I thought there were bats in here. I saw bats. But there's no, it must be called something else. Building part probably. Because I know they have them. I'm gonna go grab the bats because I'm way too lazy to find them. They're not like working bats is the issue. They are the static bat. I'd have to find something with bats that I could, snag out for those. I'm sure like between all the different medieval things, there's gotta be bats somewhere if I want to do that. I don't know. We'll see. I just want to saw bats on this somewhere. Reloading. There we go. Sure. Yeah. Oh, it's just a plane and they just made it. Really? I'll give them some kudos for using planes in weird ways, but I didn't know. I didn't know. Ugh, the food I ate is not agreeing with me at all. Not at all. I didn't even eat that much. I was like, I don't get a lot of time. I'll munch something real quick, like some soup. And I mean, I put a lot of good ingredients in the soup, but it is just most certainly not agreeing. I'm going to buy you a sub. I have exactly 2 whole subs. Which, I mean, I'm thankful that they're, they subbed me. That's awesome. I'm happy someone supported me like that. But at some point, we'll see if I even get, when I get to that 3rd sub. Get the, there's one person from, yeah. Well, I mean, I've only been like streaming on Twitch for like less than a month. And I've only been able to even have subs for the last, like, since Friday. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's about being grateful for these things. Like, I mean, I'm not used to people being excited about what I'm doing. Like, that's the thing. Like, people are just, I've been used to everywhere else where I've had, like, everyone not even look sideways at what I'm doing. It's like, this is so cool. So, you gotta be thankful for what you got. Will I probably get more someday? I mean, I'd imagine in some time, between here and the end of everything, someone will probably at least sub to me again, but, On the computer? Like, are you asking? I mean, no one's been very excited on any social media I've posted things for, and YouTube has been a catastrophe. I thought everyone hated what I'm doing. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm grateful for the stuff that they're, for just supporting me. That's just awesome. I mean, just being here and being excited about this is amazing. There's no way I can feel bad about that. Gotta make some mistakes. I'm gonna do some geometry stairs. Let's see what stairs I got first before we get crazy. I wish I had some really tightly wound stairs. That would be perfect. I mean, there's spiral stairs here, but it's from this tavern thing. They wouldn't match. Well, that's not true. I can always retool them to be metal, I guess, but let's see. Yeah. Let's say I do this. And I put some stairs here. They don't look great yet. But they are tightly wound. If I'm going to do this, I probably want to stuff them in a corner. Right? And I'll probably get rid of these crappy curtains. Let's say I do something along these lines. That fit. There's pipes in the way, which is a little awkward. 9, make it slightly bigger. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm going to remove these and put walls instead. This was the previous thing. But I need something that gets the job done, and having the stairs off to the side is much better than having them in the center. You don't really want them in the center. Yeah, that's the plan, is put them on either side. We're going to make it look nice. Because, well, why not? So the way we do this is -9. No, that's right. That's such a weird look when you do this. Oh, I'm so easily amused. Just goes. Okay, so let's say we do this, and I'm going to go and change the materials on it because I don't want these materials on here. They're terrible. Maybe I do use the parquet on there. Because I just wanted the shape. And once you have the shape, you can do a whole lot of things like that. You don't got to get crazy. I could also make them out of metal. That's it. I could also use the gear things on the same ones here and just do metal stairs. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. They have weird little gear patterns on them. It's almost kind of cool in the way it's done. Sure. I almost like the playfulness of it. Okay, I hate that. Thanks, I hate it. I'm gonna make this metal here, so I don't even know if I want like metal stairs. I don't want like wooden stairs. Let's see how these work for getting up them, and then I'll worry about changing the windows around it. No, there's no sewers level. There's a basement and potentially a hidden sub-basement, which might get cut from the game purely due to it being too much work, but we'll see. But I don't think anyone wants a sewer level. It'd be literally the size of like, you know, just random crap just floating there in the water. It's like, it'd be pretty gross. That's fair. Well, you can get up these, so that is not bad. As you can see, it is the miserable experience you would expect it to be, so I really hate stairs, but I don't really think I can fit a ramp in here. I could make a ramp though, but it'd be really hard to make it work. It does get you up here. But I gotta admit, that is miserable. But I don't really know what I'm gonna do about this room otherwise. Like if you fall, you gotta go all the way back up again. But I'll let him jump on the various stuff. I don't care. You can't even jump this high. So I'll actually limit where you can jump because she won't be able to reach it. I don't need a way to go down like a slide. You could just jump. Like, you gotta realize that these rooms are built for people, right? And Poppet's a doll, so the whole point is like, I made some areas that were for dolls specifically because, you know, children would be playing there. But part of the fun and why I changed my level design was that because they're designed for people, it makes Poppet feel small. And it's more exciting. As opposed to where if I build it like doll size, then it feels like a normal level. So it turned out to be not as fun in testing. The challenge is hiding platforming and things in here as well, though it's a Metroidvania, so platforming is kind of like second fiddle. Like, they are a platformer. However, it's not the main portion of their DNA at all. The main portion of their DNA is largely exploration, combat, and then finding things in order to open up new areas. That's the gist of most Metroidvanias. And usually platforming is involved, but I mean, I do have pipes that go into various areas, but there wouldn't really be a sewage pipe. It would just be a pipe, like for venting and stuff like that. Like, I might have like restrooms in the building, but the pipes aren't big enough to go in. I thought about going to a way to use a toilet as a way to get to like a lower area, but then I was like, but wait, why would the pipes exit into the building? Like, the pipes would exit into pipes under the building, into a sewer. But then you just left the building, so you just died. Okay, that's a terrible plan. Like, that's not going to help out. You're powered by the curse that permeates the building, so if you leave the building, you die. Because there's nothing powering you anymore, you just fall over. So it's like, But I have, you know, various venting to go through. Like, there are pipes you can go through in other rooms. As evidenced by, like, the pipes up here and things that you could travel in through to get things. They're not that fun to run through, though. Like, they sounded fun to run through, but in testing, they're kind of awful. I mean, it's not the worst thing, but they're not very fun. Yeah, that's the whole point, is you're powered by a curse in the building. All the toys are stuck in the building. You're trying to find a way out to, you know, eliminate the curse. Well, not eliminate, but I guess eliminate a way. You know, you can find a way to leave the building. You can't just leave the building. Like, you can jump out a window if you want, but it'll kill you, so go ahead. Like, you can, as long as you're on a pipe that's connected to the building, it still counts. As soon as you leave the building, you're done for, though. That looks ominous up there. Nice. Yeah, the reason there's a city around it is so you can just see the city operating around the building to give it flavor, you know? But yeah, the whole game happens inside of the building, including having a sub-basement, actually a basement and a sub-basement. But I might cut the sub-basement out. Given the scope of the game, it might get cut out. And I've been changing my level design, because originally I was doing a lot of like single-story rooms, but there's some fun to the double-story rooms. This actually reduces the amount of work I was going to do, because now I don't have to have an exterior area that I had no idea what I was going to do with. I'm going to remove all these anyway. I don't want to do this area yet. All these windows will probably become walls on this lower floor here. And I'll keep this up for the second area. Also, potentially, I could make half of this open, too. Like, instead of having this whole area be a thing, I could actually have a giant open area out here, an open courtyard. I'd block this area off here, make a wall there, and then make the ceiling no longer cover this. Move these back, I guess, so this isn't a thing anymore, and just have this be an open courtyard for the final fight. Well, it's not the final fight, actually. It's not even remotely the final fight. So about midway through the game, you go up and try to stop, you know, him from resurrecting Charlotte at the cost of all your friends. So you're going up here to do that. So we need to be pretty big, and I want it to be raining on the area so that it's I've hidden the restream chat like an idiot. Just in case I want it to be like raining on it, to be like a big, huge thing. The problem now is the moon isn't not visible, which sucks. But to be fair, once it's raining, you won't care because you won't be able to see anything because, you know, it'll be Going all stormy and crazy. I'll click on these so it's not clicking the rain. So instead I'll have you in this area like, you know, during the storm. Higher. And the problem I have though is that, well, there's a certain level of believability, right? In that if he's making some sort of ritual to resurrect his daughter, it's not going to be easily visible from the streets. Like he's going to have walls watching things. Like clearly he might need to have an open area for open sky or whatever. But originally I had it where it's just like, well, anyone could actually just see what he was doing up there. That makes no sense. Like, why would that be the way he does it? That's why I started rebuilding. I was like, well, what if this was like a courtyard instead? So what I could technically do is just eliminate this entire half of this roof here. See how that goes. I'm going to see it. I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, you see this part where I want to change the weather? About that. Partly cloudy is what I usually use. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Has an idea. I have many ideas. Some of them are even good. Many of them are bad. Yes. Well, instead of having to scroll that there, I can actually just make this go smaller. I have so many bad ideas that over time I just kind of, I've tested out. And I throw them out if they're terrible. I mean, you know, I can't know if they're bad until I build it. I'm like, wow. All right, then. Let's just forget we ever did that. Yeah, what if this is the thing? So I put this thing out here, and then I expand this wall way out. Well, I make smaller walls. I think I'm at well, I'll just make smaller walls because I'm probably going to put doors in them, so. Oop, oop. Itchy. We do this. Shrink it down. I mean, this could be one grand fight out here. But also I want like, you know, a massive boss arena because you want human-sized people for this fight. So when human-sized people are involved, that's a thing. You know, it's like I got to account for that when dealing with the size of Poppet and stuff because she's, well, levels designed for her a little bit small for people. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 On the plus side, I can just copy paste this over to the other one. I'm probably going to move these in. I don't think I'm going to have them out like that. But for purposes of the test, I think it's reasonable to leave it as it is. And like I say, I'm going to probably get rid of a lot of these things. I might even redo this entire floor thing here. It's all placeholder stuff just to figure out where it's going to go. Let's say I get rid of this. Migrate this over here like a soul. Those particles from down there are just like huge. This side is smaller than the other. Whatever. do this instead, and yeah, there, whatever. And then instead of having this huge thing here, I just get rid of all these because I don't need them, or the glass for that matter. Honestly, just this whole top area doesn't need to really be here. I could put them on top of the building, but I don't think I need pipes on top of the building necessarily. I mean, I realize I've said plenty of times that you never can really have enough of these things, but in the steampunk world, it's just not quite there on my vision for this location. I don't think I need these pillars either. I think I'm just going to get rid of it. And before putting it back for some reason. Yeah, I think this is what I want. I might keep these lights though, and just have them go all the way to the side or something. That might stay. But otherwise, yeah. Um, what am I doing in here? I'm not deleting that first off. I think I'm deleting this one either. Trying to remove it from there. Not. Whatever. Random YouTube video. Yes. Oh. Some Steam Vault stuff. What am I looking for on this? It's just... Oh. That's fair. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do on... The plan for the fight there was to free your friends during the fight so the resurrection ritual fails. But they're dolls, so because the souls are in the dolls, not in the bodies, so... So they're probably going to be in some sort of thing you do have to break to get them out. That makes sense. Probably not aquariums, but, you know, it's possible. I don't 100% know on that one. We shall see. That's fair. You're not really breaking the vats. I call them resurrection vats because they're just holding bodies that, they took the souls out of. It's possible they might actually, use those bodies for something like that. I don't know. I don't 100% have a plan on that. Originally, I was just going to have, it's some arcane ritual, but now that I've been building all this, things are getting changed a bit. But it's an idea. I mean, I'll keep it in mind for what I plan on having her destroyed. It was originally going to be all the dolls, and I was never going to make human versions of a lot of the dolls. I mean, I have concept versions, but I wasn't going to put the concept versions in the game because the models are heavy. I'm like, well, do you need these? I mean, you could just as easily have, well, not these, and it'd be fine. That's not bad. I made short ones down here. That's cool. That's cool. I wonder if I deleted one I wasn't supposed to on that lower level. Probably. Guess I don't need those right there. Yeah, I'll think about it. I mean, you know, could go anyway. I don't have a... I mean... Yeah, it'll be actually... I think a lot of what it'll come down to is what can I realistically make work and make it look good? I mean it's got to be... It's got to be not like... It's got to be fun and not seem crappy, basically. Some stuff gets thrown out because I know I could implement something like it, but it would be crappy. And nobody wants that. I can get it to look good. Important that it looks good. Good. Okay, so we have something along these lines, right? I don't need this. And then I had the resurrection ritual out here. I might just wall off this floor and like have it be completely solid. I haven't decided yet on that. No, that's fair. I always appreciate the option, you know, any of the ideas. I mean, I'm not saying I won't use it. I'm thinking about what I could do with it. The only reason I'm really designing this area right here is for concept purposes for later, because I don't actually need it. The only area I actually need on the first floor is this one. And if I wall these off so that you can't see out this thing, then I don't need to even worry about these areas either. So it's mostly just, I need to figure out what happens in here, what happens in the painting world, and then I'm basically already where I have content already made, right? Because after the painting world, you pop out at Carnival Room, which then gets to the Magician Room and the Toy Maze, and then, you know, I've got content for these already. This room's kind of doesn't have much going on in it yet. It's more like a waiting room type of thing, so it's called the waiting room. Then it goes to the Safari Room, then it goes back to Battle Patrick. And then from Patrick, you go to the Cathedral Room, followed by Hall of Records. And then from here, this is where the first break is. I don't really have a lot of idea where the content's going to go. Yeah, you have to go through them. You have to like open them in the real world. So if you see they're blocked by these, and if you have them unlocked and they don't have that on them, it checks in the game, so it could already be unlocked for all I know. And then there's a corresponding painting in the, you know, painting world that you can appear at. So I just have them all go into the central box at the moment. Yeah, you can unlock the painting. And you can jump into them. So every painting's gonna be unlocked except for the very first one. And I think the Carnival Room. I don't know why the lighting's all messed up. It's weird. Why is the lighting messed up? Yeah, they're hovering over here. I'll figure out why the lighting's messed up. You can see all the hovering paintings that have been unlocked. Normally you wouldn't have all these ones there, and some of them are just, you know, there to show off things. But this lighting is really awful. Maybe the post-processing needs to be on to make it look correct in there. Maybe. Let's see. The way you end up escaping is well, there's like 3 endings, depending upon what it is. You can get stuck forever. You can rescue just yourself and one other character, basically throwing everyone else to the wolves. And if you get the best ending where you can actually break the curse on the building and save everyone, then that's the final one. That one's so much harder to get. And a lot of it comes down to you're looking for your friend, right? She went missing, you know, because he kills women. And there is, like, she is one of the dolls in the place, and you can opt to kill her in the fight, and because you don't know it's her. You can figure it out over time if you want by, you know, there'll be clues, there'll be hints. I'll try to let you know, but I ain't gonna straight tell you that it's her. If you kill her, you get one of two bad endings, depending upon which way you want to go with it. You either end up saving yourself and one other person, or you end up opting to not kill anybody, in which case you're stuck forever. So it's whoever you side with. But if you do manage to save her, to kill her, then it leads to getting the World Tarot, which is the last of the tarots. Because you completed the journey you came for. You came to rescue your friend. Then that leads into the sub-basement and the real, what caused the curse in the first place. Yeah, it was post-processing, I think. Yeah, that's what was wrong, because I'm going to turn that post-processing off to test it. I don't know why it looked weird, because the post-processing doesn't seem right either. That's the plan. I might shrink down how much there is, but it's going to be... I do have it all figured out and everything like that, and who the final bosses are and everything like that. Like the last things, like if you happen to get down there to that. But there's a very likelihood you don't, because I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to do it. You're just going to learn the hard way if you aren't paying attention. If you just blaze through the game, you'll murder your friend. That'll lead to 1 or 2 boss battles afterwards, your choice. You'll get an ending. There's also another bad ending. You can lock yourself in. There's a box in the Forbidden Toys room for Poppet. You could lock yourself in there, and that ends the game too with a bad ending. It's a random joke because, let's see, it went like this. This started off of a Game Jam game. And in the, see, this fixed the lighting, that's better. And in that Game Jam game, Poppet was just a doll in an attic, right? And every night she would sit at a window and look out at it. Everyone was cursing the attic to follow the same thing. Cool. Well, during the day, when everyone's sleeping, all the dolls are sleeping, she got moved across the attic. So you had to try to fight your way across the attic and get there. It's a Game Jam game. It wasn't supposed to be long. And then I made a prototype of a different version where going to the window became giving into the curse, and she was like fighting the curse, in which case it gave you a bad ending if you went to the window. Okay. And then I was working on the first version of this in UE, and there was one open window in this dilapidated factory called the escape room, and all the dolls were jumping out into if they couldn't handle it anymore, which led to a bad ending. But then I put this thing in where you could actually go outside the windows and walk on the pipes. That doesn't make sense anymore. So, in honor of the bad ending and giving into the curse, I've put in a box you can lock yourself in. They'll suggest you do so, and you shouldn't do that. So you can get a bad ending because you've given up to the curse, basically. A long history of the Game Jam game gone wrong. It's pretty much this game. Game Jam game gone wrong. Yeah. There was originally the Game Jam game was an RPG Maker, by the way. You can blame RPG Maker of all things for this monstrosity. I do know JavaScript, so I did a lot of things in there. It's actually the last video I posted on my YouTube. I haven't posted anything ever since. I just do live streams on it. Of playing the last version of the RPG Maker version I made on stream. I'm going to use some of the ideas from it. I mean, Tinker was in there and the paintings like that, you know. Originally, actually, we traveled into the paintings to visit like other portions of the attic, and then eventually I was like, I'm going to make my own special worlds in the paintings. That turned out to be a scope level too far. Like I couldn't pull it off. I was like, this is never happening. This is much, way too much. But well, yeah, that's. I'll be here doing my thing. Jumping for joy. Figuring out what I'm gonna do with this. Insect pictures. Nice, nice. I mean, listen, they're not going to take themselves. They need your help. I believe in you. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bio break real fast anyway. I'll be right back. Perfect timing, really. Nice. Bunch on the Instagram. Hey, check that or something later. Reminds me, I need to pin the invite to the Discord up at the top. Because if I don't do that, then people won't know that I have one, and I won't be able to get them to play games later, or to play test the game later. I need minions. Oh, the minions. Yes. Infinite. It is cool. Top of both chats. I gotta admit that it's not like YouTube's probably ever gonna amount to much for that, but every once in a while I get a thing on YouTube. I pretend like I'm streaming on that. I might switch it over to doing like Rumble instead of YouTube or something. I don't get a lot of viewers on YouTube. The algorithm doesn't particularly like me. Some of them just show up and they click like on the thing and then they leave, and it's like, what am I really using YouTube for? To get a couple of likes? That's says I have currently 32 viewers. It was 40 a second ago, so it kind of randoms. On Twitch, where the other one, YouTube, it's like if I ever get to even 4, I'm happy. It's pretty like, saying itchy hand there. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this thing needs gears, but I need to figure out where you're going. Before I get too crazy with this, where are you going? Also, one second. Yeah, browse back to this because I did this setup here, but maybe there's better catwalks available in there. You know? And it's mostly just wooden floors, which I don't really want. Because if I want to do that, I've already got a wooden floor that would get the job done. Because, I mean, you could use something along these lines. Which is fine. Well, let's test something here. Let's play the game here. Game is what happens if I put this on here. Does it look good? Does it look good? No. It looks terrible. I was hoping that maybe it would just the mesh would land on there in just such a way that it looked good, but I don't have a tiling copper material, which I would love to have one. It's just literally that color, but tiling. I could I'll only do a little making here. What hurts for some reason? Oh. A little pokey thing in my oh, 1 second. Like, Imaginary is like, why is my foot being stabbed by something? This is terrible. I do not like what is going on here. Alright. But is no longer being stabbed by a weird spiky thing. I'm sure it's because I was out in the yard or something. I got one of the little thistles from the thorny bushes stuck in there. somehow. I don't know how they do that, but they just managed to weasel their way in. It's like, all right, all right, all right. Well, sustained metal edit. Okay, well, that's not a good color. Look at those. Yeah. Let's see if I can make it slightly more interesting, but I think I'm just going to probably end with the other one there. I can make it slightly brighter. You could have more of a reddish tinge to it. This just tiles so badly. It's clearly not, like, I know it's supposed to be a tiling texture, but it just looks like it's tiled. Like, that doesn't look good. And I hate it for that. This looks terrible. It's so sad. I can kind of fix it a bit, but it still looks like it's tiled. I need something different. I just don't like where this is going. Let me see what's available. Or I just change the coloring on it to something else and just say screw it. Not a horrible idea. What I could actually do is I could put a carpet on it. Let's say I do that. On the top, we put a carpet. It might actually be better. It's actually a wallpaper, but like, let's say I did this and I even carpet this one. Does that look better? Doesn't have a very good lab feel, does it? Huh. Are you back and forth on this one? See exactly where it's going? The 29 people in the Discord. Nice. Well, maybe I don't hate it. The problem with doing this is then I have to use a different, like all the climbing points have this texture, so I can't really use this texture. Or I can't use that color. It has to be something different. So I would change the climbing one everywhere. So I could have this nice carpet. This feels more like some sort of sleazy 70s thing, you know? Like a lounge or something. That's the impression it gives to me. I just hate these stairs. That's okay. I forgot I had it here. I was like, oh shit. I guess it gives it more of a homey feel, I suppose, versus the other way where it was not the case. Let's say I duplicate it and use it for something else here. The other option is to use some sort of thing from, I'll duplicate this first, and then I'll come up with the other option. Like I say, the big problem is I'm going to have to change every one of the other things that has the level block on it to a different look. The level blocks are really striking, though, but it still fits. This could be a carpet, too. Good old-fashioned neck pop. Try to. Sort of get it. I don't really like this one. Also, if I want to have a pentagram or something here, like the center of it, potentially. That's an interesting idea for the design of this. I would probably need the regular floor because you wouldn't be able to see a pentagram on this. That goes back to using the parquet or something like that as the choice of champions. I have an idea real fast. Let's say I do this. I should probably go back to this being like wood, I guess, because honestly everything else looks so weird. Sure. I kind of want to do metal of some sort. So let's say I do this. And I have but 5 of these. Get a pentagram. Another fun word you probably think here. Let's get a pentagram. Why pentagram? Why not pentagram? Well, I don't want. I want to put the Tesla towers at the points of the pentagram. I can't have it facing the box. I wish I had spline veins. I don't need one of these. And then there were 5. Okay. It does kind of help the room out a bit. Part of me wants the box in the center. This could also be the area where you stand to do whatever you're casting in order to do it. Just have some sort of arcane ritual stuff going on. I don't hate it. Because I don't have to show the ritual that's used. That's never necessary. Because everyone's gone home for the day. This is nighttime, so this room got way cooler than what it was just yesterday, which was basically a near empty room with like a body hanging from the ceiling. Instead, I'll have a body hanging, sitting in one of these. Make it like red or something. You can feel them from the goop. I'll think about what I'm going to do with those, but still. Not the worst. Not the worst indeed. Did I post in that Discord too? Probably did. I did. I ain't even talked in that Discord all day. Did some. Do I need gears now? Some sort. I don't know about these windows or something. They're probably getting replaced by walls. Boiler's probably getting refixed to be like that. I'll probably keep the top. Just because it looks kind of cool. True. Could have a skylight. But I want to. Nah, well, I don't know about a skylight. Because I didn't even know a balloon could float by and see what he was doing. To be fair, these windows are already kind of a little weird. I could actually expand this area out. Well, that reminds me. I was thinking of doing a bit of retooling here on one of the rooms down here. On the safari room, there's a storage room. That's not a storage room. Camera's so fast. Fast. If you go up from here, it's in this room, so that won't work anymore. I was like, oh, maybe I'll just do that, but no, that can't work. At this point, really, the only logical way up is this room. I can't put the stairs near. Oh. Well, congratulations on accomplishing that, Ponta. And, thanks for swinging by, hanging out, chatting, and if for some reason you get bored later, I will likely be here. I'll be here tomorrow. Yes. Yes, indeed. Dolls are going to make themselves. Maybe by then I'll have made more of this lab. It is kind of a cool first room. Yeah, anyway, I'll catch you later. What occurs to me? Didn't even start a new follower goal for me. Hmm. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure it out later. Like I'll reset the goal. I mean, I'm happy I hit the goal. That's sweet. It'll take a long to hit 70. I'm after more followers than I am subs right now anyway. Subs are cool and all, but you know, people hanging out's pretty much cool in my book. I might want to position these slightly different. Originally there were 6 of them. Because Poppet is now one. I might actually put the names of the people on here as well. I don't need this stain line. I had a I was going to originally just put messages everywhere to tell you what to do, and I might still. I'll think about that. I just hate the look of this. That's my problem with it. I gotta find something else. It's so ugly. I mean, it does match the floor down here. That is something. And having the wood floor does make the pentagram stand out better because I've tested it. Important to note, you know, whether or not your blood pentagram stands out better or not. This room could be bigger than this. Like, I could hypothetically remove these. I don't really want to get them caught up in here for too long. But having her come in later would be kind of cool. I mean, the Toymaker could have an extended lab. Or something in these areas. I don't know what it'll be, but something. When you come back later, and there's going to be a door here into the resurrection ritual. Huh. It doesn't have to have the thing there. It could actually have a glass wall and, like, you know, something more like the other areas for just this lower section and not the upper section. And technically, all these balloons would be able to see the resurrection ritual anyway going on out here. We'll have to see how that even looks. There might be things he just brings out one night. I mean, this is going to be easily big enough for a real fight. Probably too big in all honesty, because Poppet's going to need some way to move faster, but this will be super far in the game after you've been to basically every area except for like the last couple areas. Like, this will be really into it. I'm going to need a big space for this fight anyway. What I'm seeing is really just how long it takes to run across it, because you gotta remember how big she is, but depending upon what I have to help out for this fight. For movement, because I do think I need a faster movement option. Well, maybe. If you just have to battle your way around to rescue each of the things. She knows. A long run. Are you slow enough that I can curse myself here? No? Well, screw it then. This will buy me some time. I'm probably going to change this to Wheel of Fortune. I don't want to do for the star, but it's pretty long. But that's okay, because you'll have to battle your way through all sorts of toys and everything like that. Minions try to get to the ritual, so it's going to be like... I'm assuming there'll be 5 points. Because pentagrams are apparently the big thing in this. And the various dolls will be at each of the points, and you'll have to try to save them. I worry the complexity of the fight might be too high, but we'll see. That one's going to be so far down the road, I don't know. One thing I'm going to do is unbend these. I'm just going to delete this one. And then I'm just going to run it. And then deal with it later. Same thing with this one. I don't need this for the demo, so for some reason it wouldn't move for a second. I'm not going to get too crazy with it. But having an idea of where the game is going to go from each place is not a bad idea. Hey Vibhu, how's it going? You figure out why YouTube was doing weird things? Because man, I have exactly 0 block list on YouTube. I haven't ever blocked a single person. I would need actually a lot of people on there to merit even wasting time on that. I don't think I've ever had a bot on there. I've only ever had one bot on Twitch, and it was like the chaos guy. Don't like this setup at all. I also don't like these stairs, but that's another story entirely. Move around more than I'm doing. Standing in one place makes your feet hurt. I've lost like 6 pounds in the last month since I started streaming on Twitch. Great, I just don't eat when I stream. Since I streamed 11.5 hours yesterday, I just skipped like, a meal and a half at that point, basically. Which ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. I want some sort of gears. I think I'm just going to get rid of these glass walls entirely. Yes, I don't hate the glass concept. But I don't need these. I could just have glass walls. Let's get rid of these. I have an idea. Something along those lines, right? I have a plan. It is the best plan. Okay, it's a plan. Best plan I got. Yes. Yes, indeed. The best plan. So what I'm thinking is, what if I put assorted gears behind the glass or like other things to look at? I don't know about these curtains. They're kind of weird now. I'll remove a bunch of them for a second here and see how that goes. Remove this thing because I don't need it. Let's just get rid of this one and just whatever I did there. Copy paste this. They're going good. I didn't accidentally close anything. Perfect. We swung by, said hey, and then left. Happens, I guess. At least according to YouTube, there's no one watching over there. Oh, YouTube. You're definitely a place. Instead of having these, I could actually just have something else. This has to go farther over anyway because it goes to the stairs. We'll do this to give it enough space. Okay, nice. I'll definitely take a look at it in a bit. Actually, I can look at it now, potentially. Got some Mortal Kombat thing going on here? Yes. Ooh, fight. Mortal Kombat. You just hear the Mortal Kombat music playing. I would play it, but then, you know, copyright claim on YouTube would slaughter me, so we ain't doing that. Man. Only I wasn't streaming on YouTube because I get away with that. That's cool. It was written that two Unreal mannequins, would meet one day to decide the fate of the Unreal universe in Unreal Combat. Each AI training in the fighting styles of the ancestors of the other AI. That's right, only one can live on to Unreal 6. That'd be funny if you literally just made a fighting game where everything was just the mannequins with some extra things stuffed on top of them. Like, the laziest possible. It's like you give this one funny hair and, like, you know, color, maybe a tattoo on it or something like that. Do the same with these. Just make them, like, slightly larger like that. It'd be no different than that Power Rangers fighting game where, like, it's just like, but wait. All of them basically have the same outfit and you just gave them different helmets. Really? But it worked out. Turns out all the Power Rangers basically dress the same through each generation with only slight variations. So it's like they just got to recycle, reuse, reuse. It was beautiful. They only had, like, I think 3 or 4 actually unique enemy characters, and that was about it. Yeah, eye patches. Yeah, one with eye patches on, like, both eyes. Why not? Yeah, the blind master trope. I could see it. I could totally see it. I mean, I think you get more, like, people playing it for the meme at that point. You just sell it on just being so stupid and funny that people just play it because, you know, you get the streamer reactions to being funny. It's actually not a bad idea when you think about it. It's like, oh, you know, come to think of it, people do be liking the funny. If you play into the funny, good things happen. Like, I'm intentionally putting some things in there that are just stupid because they're funny stupid, so people will get a chuckle out of it. And then we'll go right back to doing normal things, but, you know, like the landmines that have funny messages on them. Or I'll put weird messages on the goodie boxes, you know, just why have space on these? They could just add text. TVs. Sucks to be. There you go. Now I can just write things on here. It's like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to leave that message. I'll probably come up with something better, but for purposes of the joke, try and move this over a little bit. This one too, since it doesn't really go all the way to the wall, and that's kind of weird. I realize there's keys on top that aren't technically moving, but that's okay. Let's at least line them sort of well. I don't even think I need these keys on top because you can't even see it. I guess you can see those keys. Goes through the wall. I think this is a neater setup than the crappy one I had earlier. I think we can all agree that this is much better for a climactic fight than what was a tiny little area up at the top of this thing. Yeah. Yeah. See? If we can't, well, I agree with myself, so perfect. I have the deciding vote. I could have glass, and then behind it I can have gears and stuff, and I'd probably just get rid of this crap, because it makes no sense. Like, it was an interesting idea, but without being able to go outside, it's probably just going to be more gears and things, pipes and stuff. 1 second. Well, it could be visually interesting. Almost like the game's played in reverse. You start in the darkest room of all, and then you work your way out. I like that idea. I may or may not leave some of the curtains to kind of block off the windows a bit, because they do kind of add a little ambiance that just wasn't really there before. But putting a few of them around does kind of add a little more mystery and just break up these ridiculously large spaces of glass. That's true. I'll put a couple of them in just so I can kind of get the ambiance going on. Mm-hmm. 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 That's a little better. I could also put pipes and everything too, so I don't know. I kind of want to have a little bit of hominess to it. Like, you know, he works in there. I kind of want a chair in here for him too, like something for him to sit on and some extra weird things going on. Okay, well, Houston, we have a problem. Problem is this doesn't go all the way. Listen, it's a problem. We'll get there. What I can do is just move this thing over a bit. And move the goodie box. And I have this wall here that's actually squished anyway. It's not even supposed to be like a completed wall yet. I'm going to redo this wall, but there's really no point in redoing the wall yet. That was just a catastrophe. Good enough. I just need it to block the area so you can't get through. And we'll get a change going on later. How are you getting to the painting? Let's say, I mean, this is not big enough to have a painting with a table in front of it. Unless it's like a second story entirely. Which I don't know if I like. It could be a second story entirely. But that doesn't seem as cool. Hmm. I'm thinking more pipes and things like that. Gears out here. I just remove this crap. I just don't like. Spent all this time getting the feng shui so nice on these, but this doesn't really fit what I'm aiming for here, you know? There ain't nothing wrong with it, but there ain't nothing right with it either. We will make it interesting. The most interesting, hopefully. Not terrible. Now that I have the other jungle area, I don't need this area. The jungle themed areas. I don't want this room to be too big because I don't want them to get lost in it forever. I really want them to come back. So it's possible I just make it really simple to get out. And then make it where double jump is necessary to get to anywhere. I'd probably make a double jump necessary. Probably. So you can come back and get some freebies. Then I'll put the key to that box somewhere awkward. Get the freebies out. Wonder what I put in here. Probably just some sort of health upgrade or something. I had an important message. Turns out it don't. So well, if I put the table low, hey Steve Beetle, how's it going? We're just in time to see as I keep building my steampunk lab. Yes. Yes. And I contemplate where the magic painting goes. Because that's the normal thing people do with their time, right? Steampunk lab with heart and contemplating where paintings go. Magical paintings to other worlds. Wow. They go to the painting world then. Yep. As you can see, I'm playing as a tiny doll who's you're like a human whose soul got stuffed into a doll and you're resurrected in this room, so you wake up to find this strange stuff going on here. And that's what I'm building. I made all these little steampunky things. I'm gonna make more steampunk inventions too. But add more pipes and gears so it looks like a crazy thing. I was working on catwalks up here, but I don't like them so far. You just don't got it, you know? I go there first. Welcome back, Tricky. I thought about making this floor metal, but I don't know if I want to do that. Making it metal kind of makes it where it's hard to tell things apart. Couldn't find much interesting? Sucks. No nearby parks or anything where you can just find random bugs? Or maybe just move a rock or two or some Old rotting wood to find infinite bugs. Oh. Isopod got a helping hand. Fair enough, fair enough. You helping out the bug brethren? I don't know if they're bug brethren, but sure, why not? Come to me. Oh no, they know about the bugs. No, I would never side with the bugs when the mole people are around. Mole people are way better. They're like, we'll make you tunnels so you can avoid the sunlight. And I'm like, tell me more. Backside of Park Abbey. I do not know where Park Abbey is, but that sounds like an England place. Kinda. Okay, alright. Belgium, okay. I was on the right continent. I could. But see, that's way less exciting than, you know, guessing based on just a name. Hoping that my incredibly valuable American education, I can't say it with a straight face, is, you know, up to the task of figuring out anything. Nice. Belgium, nice, nice. Like everywhere in Europe looks like it came from a fairy tale. And there's a reason for it, because all the fairy tales were made in Europe. And of course, they talked about the things in the fairy tales. So everything looks a lot like a fairy tale in Europe. Every time I look at pictures, I'm like, We don't receive educations in America. We receive de-education. I need some steampunk gears stat. Just there needs to be gears moving around. It just seems wrong. I don't know. I don't even consider Harvard to be much of an education. I see the things they say at Harvard. I'm like, you guys paid for this education, huh? Okay. You say so. I'm often unimpressed. Astrophysicist and biologist? Nice. Well, you go into those fields, so you don't have to do math. I mean, who needs, math for being an astrophysicist? Wait a minute. I thought that's all astrophysics was. It's not like we can actually go to any of these planets or any kind of space things for them to look at for the most part. So, I mean, like, they're literally just calculating everything. It's just like, hey, wait a minute. Like, biologist, I'll give you. Every biologist I've ever met is like, has like no math skills whatsoever. Like, but astrophysicist, what's next? Being a software engineer that can't do that? Jeez. I mean, okay, sure, I guess. Did I just drag this over? Is that not a thing? Spin to win. Giant gear. That's a good question, and you can definitely tell me the answer when you want to. Looks like a lot more effort than I'm going to probably put into reading one of them. I'm also a stupid American, so, I don't gotta be smart. I just gotta get my guns. Go out for the trailer. Go hunting some squirrels. Yeah. Really? Really? Like, I mean, I have an excuse because, you know, I'm not an astrophysicist. But the astrophysicist, oh my god. I guess the glass can have these things. Is that what we're doing here? Nearby the glass? Hmm. Hmm. There needs to be more pipes. I want it to seem like it's a beating heart that's connecting to a system. I mean, have you seen how crappy the education is at Harvard? Saying they can't even do math, so take that, Harvard. Fog from the pipes? That's fair. Fair. I don't have any pipes that are open. I guess, I mean, they're like sealed is the problem. I would need some open pipes or something. Not that I can't make an open pipe. I obviously can. Hey, French Witcher. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, yeah. This is the, give you the tour or something here. Yeah. You're playing as a doll. You were killed and your soul was, you know, put into the doll. And you wake up in this room. It's, you know, got all these things going on. I've been making these things lately. I made Tesla towers and I made these resurrection vats. They're going to say something else on them. Pumps. Or maybe the seams would work for that. I don't know. Oh, I'm making a 3D Metroidvania. I'll give you the tour because, you know, everybody new deserves the tour of what's going on. Well, first off, it's in a steampunk world if they didn't get that. So, welcome to my steampunky world by the ocean with my buildings. And this, you know, toy factory that I make. I'll show you. It's like a toy store, I guess. Not really a factory anymore, but yeah, it's a solo game. I've been hard at it. I'll zoom out so you can see the... I didn't make a huge city. I made, like, you know, as you can see, a smaller section of a city. But, you know, important. Thank you. I'll give you the tour of the gameplay, because I actually do have gameplay. Fair amount of it, actually. Oh, well, welcome to the addiction. Once you, you know, start, it's hard to stop. There are those of us who pretty much live and breathe this stuff, and it's just like, oh my god, this is what I get to do all the time. And then there's those of us who'd like to do that, in which case I haven't quite hit that yet. I want to do it all the time. Get people watching while streaming, so maybe. Oh god, you're gonna do multiplayer? Oh man. Good luck. That requires net code and stuff like that I don't understand it. I'm doing single player. Yeah, well, thank you. So, let's do the tour. This is the most far along fight, and pretty much the one that anyone who's been there has seen a bunch of times. I'm working on another boss later, but this is the first of the bosses. So, the wife sleep. My sleep hates when I click the mouse to take a break until she wakes up. Sure, fair enough. Don't let her know about your late night activities of watching people do game dev. I understand. So she uses tarot cards as her abilities. This is the Fool. The Giant Sucker. Very important. The main mechanic of the game, I'll waste some of her cursor real fast, is if you're in the light, you don't gain his curse power. She's powered by the curse, and that gives her, that's what powers all of her abilities. There's this curse that permeates this whole building. It powers her, but it powers that as well. But it also drives any of the dolls insane. So if you're in the darkness too long, her sanity starts to decrease, or it should, you know. But you gain curse back. However, if your sanity hits 0, you die. You don't want that. But if you go back to the light, you get it back. So I'm pretty, you know, pretty fair about it. Okay. I'll show you various weapons along the way. Various things. It's a bit laggy because my computer is only so powerful, and streaming plus doing this is hard on it, but this is Patrick. So that there's the thing there, but you can also, I had the Magician, which can be used to manipulate objects in the environment, such as turning lights on or off if you want. You can also pick up objects and throw them. They bounce pretty far. Yep, use the Force. He's got multiple phases. I have it set to way higher damage, so it speeds it up a bit. In the second phase, he spits things and summons minions. He is the first boss. He's not that complicated. The star trades sanity for health, or the other way around too, potentially. Hey, some of these little dolls, these are fun. I love them. The Fool has a superpower where it can go really big. Do more damage. About 9 months. This is her dodge. Oh, this is fun. When you go to the little menu screen like that, it'll take a picture of what's going on behind her. You can try to photobomb things. Very important. I'm gonna have a thing where you can actually name the photo and save it. just sort of fun. And the final thing, he jumps around all crazily and he starts summoning lots of these little helpers. He needs some work. He's still not the most well done in fights, but I have triple damage on, so you know, he can die pretty fast with triple damage. Now, give you a basic idea of that. I'll show off some of the other mechanics here. For funsies. Well, thank you. I've been, thanks. Oh. You'll see lots of things. There's, the game's like 13 to 15% done, and a lot of what's done, it's not that I don't have content, it's that I need to really balance things and make them feel play better. And a lot of AI work to do for a lot of the enemies, but, you know, whatever. So the Magician has a use in various platforming, because you can open up drawers and use them as platforms to get places. The music will start to change as my sanity gets lower. It'll also get darker too. I'm platforming on a keyboard and a mouse, so forgive me if my platforming isn't perfect. I usually don't bother to grab a control if I could. The Fool can break stuff. I don't have one yet. I don't have a piano with working keys. Is so far my problem. Like, I've got pianos, but the keys don't do anything, so they're really boring. If I'm going to put a piano in the game, I want you to be able to run across it and have the keys make noise. Because that'd be awesome. As you can see, your sanity's dropped way down, but you can actually, as long as you stay with, like, attached to the building, like the pipes around, everything like that, you're fine. If you leave the building area, you die. So, because you're powered by the curse that permeates only the building. But you can still go out onto these pipes and, you know, look around the city as you're going. I need to add in collectibles and things like that. Like, I've already made the collectibles and a lot of the enemies. I just haven't put the spawners in for them. I just need to place them. Yeah, I definitely want a piano. I might have to, like, remove the keys from a piano and then add my own in. Might be a thing. This red stuff represents areas you can actually vault up. I'm going to probably... I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. You get an idea of the way the platforming works. Oh, flag spike dropped me off the thing. Whatever. Fine. Oh. Oh, I'll show you those enemies later. You get keys to open a lot of the doors, and that's what I was doing as I was grabbing a key for this room in here. Oh. I gotta fix that so you don't clip on them. Yeah, make one? I mean, that'd be awesome. I definitely, and collectible curse in a bottle. I have a toy maze where you run through pipes and things like that. It's not the most exciting of things there, but we'll showcase some of the other mechanics for funsies here. Give you an idea of areas and stuff. Yeah, if you make one, that'd be awesome. I'd definitely be excited for a piano. Get your name in the credits, because I would, you know, obviously give credit for it. Like, I have a piano. It's just that, like I say, all the things are never designed for the assumption that a little toy is going to run around on them. Everything's like static. So let's showcase one of the other weapons. I made some of the stuff. I mostly made like a lot of the character. Well, actually, I made a lot of the female characters, the boss characters that were killed and everything like that. Some of the male characters. I used positive and negative shapes to make a lot of the things. Did I make every single thing? No. No way you get this done. That would be silly. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. It fires bubbles. I need to make it so the bubbles bigger on those guys, but whatever. Works on these ones. I put the exploding dolls everywhere because I just like them because they're funny, but they aren't going to be everywhere. It has a satisfying pop noise. Huh. Nice, nice. That sounds like it'd be cool. This weapon's still a bit finicky. Also, they have the possessed objects. They don't like you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That one really didn't like me. That one's going haywire. It's like, yep, screw you. You can't use it for anything like that. But if you have the Hierophant active, like, those are possessed objects. They become unpossessed as long as the Hierophant's active. They'll behave. Which leads to other puzzling things. This is the room where you get the Hierophant, so. Boing, boing. I still haven't bothered to fix these. I put these in a weird place and need to fix it. As long as it's active, you lose curse if you're in the dark. If you're, yeah, in the darkness. Actually, no, if you're in the light. But if you're in the darkness, you gain it back. Because you almost out of curse, so. The light goes purple. Or tinges purple if you're in the darkness. Kind of help indicate that you're, you know, there. I need to play with the lighting a bit. It's true. It goes white if it's not. It just becomes like normal light. Okay. Your sanity's going up, but your curse is going down. Boing. Wing. B. My Annabelle reference. Warning, positively do not open. If you know anything about the Warren Museum and the Annabelle doll, that's the warning on the case. I need to put the model in. Right now it's just a 2D image. I do have the model. I made the model, but... I made Poppet. I made Tinka, the ghost who's in the painting world. I ran out of curse real fast. This is part of why I think it's the 13 to 15%. You gotta balance how often you get curse back. You also get stat upgrades in the game too, so I don't have any stat upgrades. I'm just playing as a base character the whole time and prove that all the battles are beatable without having more than you should. Now I have the key for the Hall of Records. Woohoo! And also open cupboards too. Important. These are fun. They're helpful landmines. Like, step here, please. Thank you. That's how you save. You jump into a toy box. You can close the lid too if you want. That was a really fast close there. How is it so fast? Weird. There's even mouse holes that I've been working on. I want to have a battle against a rat because the rat would be like bigger than you, which I think would be hilarious. There's some particles going through the ground. It's weird. Yeah, to give you an idea of... That's like the first biome area. And then... we find the next biome. Oh, that's Patrick's room. There we go. The next biome. It's built like a... The building's built like a toy theme park, kind of like that. And like it's from like 1920s, basically like that. So they have safari room. And yeah, I build a lot of multi-tiered stuff, so I let you just run around on whatever. If you can get to it, then it's free reign, including going into pipes too. I haven't finished the pipe network up here, but there will be pipes, which leads to other rooms still. And yeah. Give you a slight tour of this room. I have like so many areas on. I think I've joined like, I want to say about 30% of all the rooms in the game have been designed. I'm trying to release by next October. We will see. Why am I trying to jump between these? You can fall, if you fall in the water, you die. So I decided I'd say that. There is a terror to protect against it, the Emperor. Pew! Woohoo! Pew! Aha! I like to hide secret platforming, so, you know, you can sneak your way up to the chandelier up here. If you'd like. Oh. Guess the plants aren't as soft as I want them to be. I still have to add a lot of content down here, but these are very multi-tiered. There's also buildings under the water too. I haven't put the lights in. I'll turn the lights on so you can see. Yeah. I'll have to see. I usually have the designing going on like this, where it's actually possible to see. Yeah, I'll leave the lights on and run under the water. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Did it play the alert when you followed French Witcher? Because I've been trying to get those fixed. I said ever since I became an affiliate, it's it hasn't worked. For Twitch. I was shooting YouTube at the same time, but it worked earlier today for someone. So I didn't hear it if it did. Yeah, I had this built like a giant fish tank. With ruins to wander into. The Emperor Terror puts a protective barrier around you so you can't die in these kinds of areas. I'm probably going to change the particle out. But, you know, you can see you kind of wander around through these things. I might do some additional changes to how this place plays out. This is like the second biome, so I'm still not even finished with the first biome. But I keep building concept things on stream, so. And then let's see here. Show you some of the other areas I was working on. There's little model areas too, where the kids are like, you know, so they can play with little toys. So I was, a nice person, Albedo9, he, in the chat, bought me a humble bundle with some things that turned out to be really cool. I was like, okay, well, cool. So it led to the pirate area, which I'm gonna start putting them over more areas. Strength is double jump. You can see the regular human areas over there. And the little not regular toy areas. Ooh, what often happens is later in the stream I'll often actually have a bit of alcohol and I'll start designing areas. You'll find that I make lots of weird stuff. Ooh. These little voodoo dolls fire chickens at you. I got a voodoo doll pack, so I've been using them a lot. They're just fodder enemies, but you know. I might make the Hermit double jump. I don't know what strength's going to be at that point, though. I've been arguing for myself on that. I almost feel like this should be strength with the giant, you know, sucker. All the weapons are like, you know, things that you'd find in a toy store, like little candy suckers and, you know, bubble wands. Whatever dumb crap I can find. You know, it might be funny if the super for this wasn't that it grew big, but instead it got replaced with a giant rubber chicken that just flopped around and hit things. I wouldn't hate it. It would be pretty funny. That's a lot of the tour of what's going on. I mean, I've got other rooms that you didn't see, but you kind of get an idea. Like the tomato room. I'll make it big so you could just see the layouts of things. Got pipes connecting all these things so children could crawl through them to get to the various other things like that. I made this on stream last week. Yeah. And I'm going to put Underwater World under here too, just like the other ones there. But that's pretty far down the road, so yeah, that goes like you have to have the Emperor to even go into those. So why is there a light that's off over here? I have questions. I don't know, it should be on. Yeah. Last night I got to working on this. I didn't have the. I was complaining that the Fab Market came out, like, you know, and there was not any sales on the assets, and I lost my entire wish list. I was like, all the things I wanted for the game. I was like, I'm just waiting for the next big sale to buy them all. And Fab has not had a sale since it came out in the middle of October. I was like, really? Really? So I was like, okay, well now I need to make these steampunk thingies because, well, I don't have all like, stuff. So that's what led to this room being made. And yeah, so it is right. I do need more steam things in places. I got to be careful on just how many particles because at some point it will run really badly. But we'll see how that goes. Oh, what cracked? Or my ankle, I guess. Yeah, nice crack noise. I got a standing desk. Sometimes I forget to move a lot, and better on the body, but it's not as good on the feet. Here you go. But it's not good on your body? Being hunched over for like 11 hours like I was yesterday working, or actually 11 and a half hours working on various stuff in this game. I just kept streaming. I'm like, I'm just gonna keep. Yeah, I was chatting too, but still, that was work. You could go work on some AI for that other fight that's broken. I admit I don't feel terribly inspired at the moment on a lot of these. Usually when I don't feel inspired on something, it means I should go work on something else and come back. I mean, because I could make more vats and things like that, I suppose, make more unique things. I had a bunch of pictures of steampunk things pulled up to maybe. What I need is basically like a wall of buttons and gauges, I think is what I need. That's like, something that looks unnecessarily complicated. Also, wires would help. I don't know how many wires. Everything's connected with pipes, but it seems like I need some wires too. Also clocks. There's a steampunk pack. I think it's only like $5 in the fab market. When it goes on sale, it's like $2.50. I should have just bought it and then used it instead. You doing the same? Working on AI stuff, or oh no, we're waiting on the sale in the fab market. My bad. Yeah, like I hate fab. I hate everything about that market so far. I have everything on my wish list I needed for the game, and now I got to go find it all. I did not keep a backup on my wish list because I didn't think I needed to. That sucks. It has the multi-licensing crap, which is annoying. Very anti-consumer. Hate that. There's not been a sale. The integration with Unreal Engine sucks. Versus, what it was before, where you could just easily, it was all in the same, Epic launcher, so I don't have to go anywhere extra. Adding a bunch of stuff for Blender and Unity does nothing for me. So all I did was just make it harder to find what I want. Yeah. Oh yeah, and also now the free stuff has been split into two things, which isn't that bad. Like it's every 2 weeks they get like 3 free items. However, it's no longer all UE stuff. So that means that the free stuff every month is now less, not more. Because I don't give a crap about something for Unity. What am I going to do with that? A lot of effort. I'm just like, huh. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Also, it just looks worse. Like, just the whole design of it looks so half finished. So, Fab and I are not on speaking terms at the moment. We'll eventually be on speaking terms when I finally suck it up and just pay them the money for what I need and try not to shop there in the future. But unfortunately, it's not like I have a lot of other options. I sort of do, but I don't know. pretty much tricky. I'm definitely bothered by it. It's a thing. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to find some inspiration on what I'm going to do with that. Nothing is coming to mind. Okay. Well, I'll figure it out. Yeah, maybe I'll work on UI for a while. No, AI for a while. I don't want to work on UI. Ugh. UI can be a real pain. I don't think anybody wants to watch me work on UI. I don't want to watch me work on UI. Let's get rid of the nav meshes because I don't need the other ones. I just need the new nav mesh. New messages. Tape the shoebox top and mouse pad to a piano lyre. I just alternate from sitting, standing. Okay, nice, nice. Really? I heard that a lot of the products are missing too. One of the products I had in my library was just has deleted, and I was like, "So, is that how it is now? Like, I pay you to use a product and then you just delete it?" It might have been one I got for free. So, I mean, I don't buy a lot of products on there, but still, the fact that that's a thing, yeah. I mean, I've been burned by their market a couple times. I got burned on a couple of stolen assets from the market too. Like they had packs, and the packs contained stolen assets, and I didn't know. And like they had other things too, like, and neither people who sold the stolen assets were kicked from the marketplace. And what did Epic say? Did you have it for like longer than X time? Okay, well then you can't get a refund. They didn't care that it was stolen. So that was a real problem that I had with that. I mean, but it's mitigated by the fact that they've given me so much for free. Like, you know, if I had just only ever bought things on there, I'd be really peeved. But since they give me so much free stuff, I was like, well, that sucks, but fine. You know, wasn't happy, but the problem is it makes me really question what I buy from there because they don't have any kind of vetting process. And Fab is even worse. Oh my god! Now you just have a bunch of crap from Sketchfab and like Unity stuff that's also stolen things, and it's like, great. I'm so excited to use this. I'm not excited to use this. Spoiler: I'm not excited to use it. That's fair. I mean, Fab's good for you. Do they even have a Godot section? I think it's just. I guess as a Godot user, you're pretty much just hating your life in general because no one caters directly to you. So for you, it probably is just straight up better. I mean, it's obviously better for everybody who's not an Unreal person. Because, you know, now you can just literally get stuff that wasn't a thing before. That's fine, you know, that's cool. But yeah, I don't know. Weird. I mean, we'll see how it goes. If they get back to having sales, give me my wish list back. At least it'll be usable. But the asset, one of the assets I wanted for that was originally going to be all these machines and stuff is $150. I don't want to pay $150 for it. I do not have the biggest budget. I have to make a lot of things myself if I can't get a budget. So if I can get a publisher or like something like that, then that'd be a different story. But until then, it's like, I got to be careful on some of these. I think it was significantly harder than Unreal Engine. That's because in Unreal Engine, you don't have to know how to code anything. You can just use blueprints. But, you know, far as tricky in response to your question there, Tricky. It's just you have to know C# or their Godot script. Do they still use the Godot script? I don't even know. But yeah, like after having at the end of every stream, I usually raid someone who's also streaming, who usually has one viewer. And I've seen more Godot and Unity ever since I started doing it than I'd ever seen in my life. And they're always sitting there typing out code. I'm like going, oh my god. As someone who knows JavaScript and typed out a bunch of that, no thanks. No thanks. I'm good. You win. I don't want it. Don't want it. Man. We ain't doing that. Way too lazy to type out code now. I have forsaken the syntax error. No longer need I deal with this. No syntax error. None. Not a tip. But yeah, there's good times. If you really like code or you already know C#, I hear Godot's pretty easy, but so is Unity. Like, same thing. You know C#, you can use either. And I hear they're laid out about the thing too. Yeah, I heard about GD script, but I wouldn't want to learn some special coding language just for one engine. Like, it's one thing to learn C# because it's useful other places, just like C++, but I don't even know C++, so, let's not pretend like I bothered to learn to code for this. I mean, I already knew how to do JavaScript, but JavaScript is the worst game dev language, so don't learn that. So why is target name doing stupid things? He's like frozen. I broke something. I think it was a smooth direction thingy, but it should just reset action afterwards. I don't understand what I did weird. Alright, well. Get some print strings going here so I get an idea of what's going on. And she's figuring out her logic. Interesting if he's a stylus to push buttons for it. I mean, I guess if you're doing it on mobile. I didn't even know you could do Godot on mobile. That sounds awful. I can't imagine wanting to code on mobile. Coding is so intensive, and I usually want a nice, comfortable environment to deal with it. I can't imagine. I do not envy you one bit. Sounds it's like the worst thing ever. Got C# in your courses? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, visual scripting to Godot, can you? Huh. I didn't even know that. Yeah, web-only coding is useful for non-game dev. You can make games in it, but you're limited by the resources of a browser tab, which is a problem. You know 15 coding languages? Holy crap. Why do you know 15 coding languages? It's a lot. Plugin for nodes in Godot? Works like blueprints? Yeah, I mean, the thing I found, and I guess this is also with Bolt and Unity, is that the people have told me that they're not very well developed because, Unreal Engine is clearly built with blueprints in mind. From the ground up, there is not even a coding editor built into Unreal Engine. You have to open Visual Studio to edit code. It's all blueprints, so they're very expansive. You can do almost anything. But with the other, it's like, I also heard they were discontinuing support for Bolt in Unity, which is interesting. Like, you would want to go away from visual scripting. It seems like the future, not the past. For most games, using how to make their game. Well, it's just Unity or Unreal make 90% of the games. A lot of the big companies are moving to Unreal because it's easier to do cool graphics than Unity. Unity, I've been told, is better for mobile because, well, better for 2D stuff, they say. They're probably right. I mean, it's not like I have sage knowledge of Unity. Or, am I ever going to use Unity? No. But, you know, Unity uses C# and Unreal uses C++, but you only need blueprints. You don't really need C++. You know, C#, you know C# best. I prefer C++. That's interesting. A lot of people say they hate C++, and I don't really know one another. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of the coding languages, once you understand one coding language, it's mostly just about syntax. I just hate having to remember syntax. Is really the best way to put it. I want the target name too. And let's put it here. This character stopped moving randomly, and I don't know why. Got to find out. What are you asking about Lepus? British and American English? I mean, I find other than slang, they actually aren't that far apart. But pretend like I understand those people across the pond. That's fair. I mean, I learned JavaScript thinking it'd be useful for game dev. Mistakes were made. And she's moving now. Really? Oh, the syntax and like how you type things out. Like, how would you type out an if statement in C++, C# or JavaScript? Like, what are the differences in how they lay out their code? That's the difference that I'm looking at. And, you know, I don't have the world's best memory for these things. Like, I mean, with enough practice, sure, it'll become second nature, but I'd be very likely to mix them up if I knew a bunch of them. But I also hate syntax errors, whereas this I don't have to worry about syntax errors. There's that. So this works when I add a dozen. It wasn't working last night. That's so weird. And all I did was toss in some print strings, so that shouldn't make any sense. Let's test. Hmm. Huh. She stopped. She's not even moving now. What in the world? Also, her hair is messed up. Why? Why have you stopped? I literally had 2 print strings in there, and that's it. Oh. I know why she stopped, because I accidentally deleted an extra thing here. I was deleting that. That's my bad. Target? A target name. And she's keeping track of Poppet and Voodoo, the boss, so. The way this fight's supposed to pan out is Voodoo's the leader of the Voodoo dolls, so she, you know, summons a Voodoo doll of you. So throughout the fight, Voodoo can hit the Voodoo doll to damage you. If the Voodoo doll takes any damage, it's hit all, and it happens to you too. You have to protect the Voodoo doll throughout the fight, which consists of usually carrying her away. I haven't given her movement animations, so she just has a flying thing temporarily. Yeah. The Voodoo doll's name is Mini Pop. So named by chat. She has messed up little hair. She's just a tiny version of you. And for the voice acting, I'm literally just going to take the same person, whatever woman voice acts Poppet. I'm just going to take the dialogue and knock it up a couple octaves so she sounds high-pitched and squeaky because she's a tiny Poppet. So, that's the plan with her. This is pretty a very complicated fight, so I want to do multiple phases and the like, but she keeps breaking on various phases and some things just don't pan out very good, so I have graphs for each of the phases and things. That's fair. I mean, I imagine if you do enough of it, you'd eventually figure it all out, but you know, I'm sure I'd make mistakes somewhere. Oh, use blueprints, I don't gotta worry about it. Yes. What are we even doing with this one? I was trying to make her attack actually hit. I'm halfway to just taking this attack out of the game because it doesn't ever hit. I'll put the other one back because in theory it's what I want. What's this point blank one? That's really low. It's still pretty low. They're both really low. I wonder if the point blank one would actually have a better chance of hitting. It's unfortunate that because Poppet is like 1/3 the size of this boss, a lot of the attacks that would normally collide in like, you know, Unreal Engine don't work. What I actually need are like stomps and things like that. Maybe I have to make my own stomp. Like just a standing stomp. I gave her a ground pound thing, which is basically a stomp. I gotta make the particle for her bigger. She's just so much bigger than every other enemy. I can get by that. Hit me in the face. Hit me in the face. Please hit me in the face. Please run around like an idiot. I was hoping if I told her the thing that I didn't want to do, she would do that. Hit me in the face instead. Okay, like, stop jumping and hit me in the face. Okay, yeah, I like your ground pound too. Come on. I use this to avoid the damage because you can time it just right. Figured that out. Hit me in the face. Still misses. Well, kind of hit me. That's right. There was a quest in, was it Borderlands or something like that, where the enemy was just like, he runs up to you, he's like, shoot me in the face, shoot me in the face, and you shoot him in the face, he dies, but as he dies, he says thank you, and you get a reward. I'm like, no. I have no no buffs here, so he does a lot of damage. Not very good for me. Yeah, just trying to get her to hit me with this weapon is really hard. Plus it's now in the ground a bit too, so. Okay. That's enough of that. All roads lead to hitting me in the face. Okay? Okay. Okay? It's okay. Alright. Alright. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to get it at the right distance to do it, but I can't seem to figure out the right distance to do it because it looks like it would hit her, but it just doesn't. So, I extended the ray trace too, so. Sorry, the line trace. Alright, enjoy your breakfast, lunch, dinner. Sounds complicated. I probably would just make one of them, but you know, all three at the same time saves cooking later, right? Again, it didn't hit me there. Hit me. Hurt me in the face. Yeah, that passed through me. Like, how is it not hitting me? Hit me there. I think I might hit the doll instead. Like, it's active, and she can still hit while it's active. This battle's pretty hard with having no helpers. Yeah, it's like it just misses. And it's active the whole time because you can see it saying active the whole time. About this distance. Over here? Hit me in the face? Over here? Where does this even hit? Well, it hits me there. I'm invincible temporarily, so I can't be hit again, but... When it's still forward, it can hit me. Oh, nice. Cooking from scratch is good. I hear all the healthy people do that, those people with time and everything. But I can't have time for that. I gotta make the fat Twitch dollars. I'm just not making the fat Twitch dollars. I'm not. I'm making... Definitely not making the fat Twitch dollars. Pretty much, yeah. Can't hit there. Maybe if I slow the attack or something, maybe the line trace just isn't having time to really figure it out. I don't know. I'm very close to scrapping it though. I have all the play rate set to slower anyway. We'll try like 6 or something, see where that goes. Normally the line trace is so good, but it's just terrible for something so big. I could shrink her down. I might do that too. Like shrink her down just like a little bit. Because it's just that hard for her to hit me. Not a bad idea. Ah, yes, Borderlands. And the second Borderlands game was just the greatest thing ever. It's so funny. And then I even enjoyed the pre-sequel. But then I didn't play the other one. Everyone said 4 sucks. Oh, I just did like a jump spin there, huh? Cool. Jesus. Getting beat up. George save Mini Pop. No one else will. I have her cry for help too. She's really stupid. Need to make her a little smarter. But she's suddenly way more damaging with a slower attack. Oh, I gotta get by a light quick. Because she's hitting mini pops, I can't get any health back. The slower attack helped, because now like she will often drop her weapon and still hit things. Jesus. And that's a star out. It's kind of brutal. I'm assuming you're gonna have way more health for this fight anyway. Why are you standing up there? I have questions. But maybe, I mean, Poppet's hitbox is already pretty big. I mean, it's actually bigger than her by a bit, so. Hit me in the face! I got hit, and that wasn't in the face. You stay away, Mini Pop. He's like, nope, I'm gonna move near you. Hit me in the face! Do it. Do it. Hit whatever over there is in the face. Hit me in the face. Where are you going? I have questions. It's like she wants to attack something out there and not me. Yeah, where is she going? I've seen her do this a bunch of times where her target's weird. I'm gonna verify her target. Pretty much, she's trying to escape. I've seen this problem a lot though. Like, it's just at some point she'll just suddenly break. And I don't know what causes it. Like, yeah. Or when she was trying to move to a target, and originally I was having her get the actor's location and then just move to that location instead of using target actor. He would just start running off into the distance towards one of the walls and just sit there, and it's like he only has two potential targets, Poppet and Mini Pop. But for some reason she just can't figure out where they're at, and that's a weird. Mini Pop, Poppet, sure. Hit me in the face. That worked way better. Maybe it just was too fast for the ray trace. Hit me. I think, invincible for that, so it didn't count. But hit me. Okay. Oh, she can drop it after the fact. And she'll drop it after the fact, and that's actually more likely to hit me than this, right? It should just have to break the ray trace. Oh, wrong one. Actually, bend your hips more too, for that matter. That moves her whole body a bit. They're probably okay. I don't really care that much. I'm hoping she just hits more forward with it. It is kind of a spin attack, so once I get this going, I can worry about other attacks and other patterns, and I'll probably just create, you know, three. I'll take the simple pattern of her first thing and I'll just add it to the others, and then I'll just add the other abilities in. Maybe. Huh. Now she's swinging too high. That didn't help. That should push it way lower. Hopefully. It is that attack I'm using around. Let me double. I'm pretty certain it is, but let's make 100% certain that I have it set to the standing melee point blank. Yeah. Yep, this has been the plan. Trying to figure this out for a while. My skill with AI is getting there. This one does have a bunch of unique attacks, though. I might have her summon a bunch of needles that come flying down like giant ones or something, too. I was going to make her more of a caster, so it's possible I take the giant weapon away from her. I like how imposing she is because she's huge, but... well, still, it's really high. That actually hit. She turned towards someone. Huh. Yeah, you can do that, it's fine. What you doing, pal? Well, she's at the confused phase again. Why are you running back to there? I'm assuming she's told to face the target, and that's changing her movement patterns. That would make some sense. Do you? I didn't even know there was a highlight message option. Nice. Yeah, I haven't had a bunch of those things in. I just was trying to get the alerts to work. And I think the alerts worked, but I mean, it worked for someone earlier, for Antwan. And the follower goal, I don't know if French Witcher got a shout out or not for following. Yeah, I'll add in some cool stuff. Looks like Twitch is worth the time to add things in. We highlighted in the chat. Nice. Yeah, I haven't set up for any kind of anything extra. I didn't. I'm kind of learning what is and isn't available. So. And now, as far as I can tell, make about $3 a day in ads. Don't make much. But at least now, I can say I made something for this game. I was looking at it like, oh, $3. Better than I was doing. I was doing it for free. So, put in the effort to make it even better. That's funny. I don't have I only have 2 days to go by, so I mean, I don't even actually know what the number will be as you get higher up. But consider how many times I've streamed on YouTube and made nothing. Yes, yes. Now I get the big bucks. Yes. So I'll make it so you can, you know, I'll put some sort of fun things there. I'm actually tempted to just ditch YouTube. I'm thinking about it. And just like having it, you know, be a thing here. Because a lot of times the YouTube is just completely dead. But maybe not. I might keep it. I get like maybe 4 people watching on YouTube, 5 or 6 in the best world. And on Twitch, I get up to like, I had like 71 people yesterday watching. But the problem is a lot of the cool features that you can have on Twitch don't even work on YouTube. I guess technically I don't have to ditch YouTube for that. I can still do that. It's just that all the features for like, you know, channel points and, you know, shout out stuff and the stuff you can trigger from the chat, you can't do from YouTube. So it just, I guess you have better reason to come to Twitch. Yeah, I finance my hobbies. I was just thinking about it. I was like going, you know, yeah. Actually, technically, there's like, I had as high as like 2 people watching on YouTube. Yay. I got to 4 today for a brief second. YouTube. They don't ever like provide you visibility. It's so hard to get, you know, on YouTube. 20 people, but no one will actually look. I've had a few people join the Discord from it, so that's not the worst. Like, it cost me $0 to stream on it too. Anyway, I use Restream.io, and I could actually stream to 2 platforms on it for free. So it's like me pick and choose. I thought about Rumble, because at least you make some money on Rumble. YouTube, I'm not even like a quarter of the way. And any money I get just means I can funnel it into the game to make the game better. So that, even if it's not a lot, I figure by the end of the month I'll probably make like $100 on Twitch. But still, that is $100 towards the game. We're working on it. Hey, awesome. That almost buys me that, you know, steampunk laboratory I wanted. Almost. Like I get it for free for doing what I was going to do anyway. That's true. I can use it to pay for putting it on Steam. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll take what I can get, you know? Seems good to me. I have a switch on target down here? I think I did, right? I'll just have a target from Mini Pop, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited to see that there is, in fact, additional funding towards making my stuff better. Target name. Yeah, call her baby. Now I think I make about $100 a month. Would be. Keep in mind, this is based upon 2 days of being paid, and who knows what it is in the future. But if I had to math it right now, I would say I'd make about $100, which is awesome because, you know, like I say, that's like $1,200 at the end of the year that I literally get to put towards the game. That's awesome. I mean, people are like, well, it's not enough to live off of. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna do this anyway. Yeah, and this is awesome. So I'm very excited about that. Oh, thanks for the sub, Steven. One of the things I might actually do if I, you know, get Twitch money like that is like I can actually make Restream.io stream to even more services, so I can get even more people to watch what I'm doing. It means they'll all join the Discord. Yes, yes. We're all in the Discord, but then I'll be able to have testers. Hey, Shrill, how's it going? You're just in time to hear about me getting funding for my game. Not a lot, but hey, man, free funding. Oh, it's not free. I guess I'm working for it, but still, I was already going to work on the game. Yeah, that was awesome. The alert worked. It works on YouTube, though. It always worked on YouTube. But I actually had it work on Twitch earlier. Oh, that's right. No, I forgot all about it. The asset. I streamed for like 11.5 hours, and then I went and passed out and went to work. So I didn't have a lot of free time that day. I'm gonna say it. That was a long stream. I just kept going because I was having so much fun. Then I realized I was like, oh crap, I gotta be up super soon. So I got like 4 hours of sleep before I went to work, and then came home and slept 2 hours and then started streaming again. I ate food in there. Some classroom thing. Yeah. Get out real fast. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so click the link to follow. Is there no login for Gumroad? That's awkward if there's no login. I hate Gumroad already. Yeah, I don't see a login. What do you do with it? Um, I'll try to claim it because I don't give a crap about the product one bit. So I don't care if it, you know, if I don't even get it. But all right, so put my email in, sure. I click the link to do that. Cost 0. Add tip 0. Click get. It does want a tip. You are correct. I will type in 0. Okay, here's what you do, Shrill. It pretends like there's a 0 there. Put a 0 in. Like type in a 0. Let me 100% claim this just to be certain. Yeah. So on the thing there, where the tip thing there, put 0 in. Like it says a 0, it's not a real 0. Put a 0 in. And then you can claim it. As evidenced by creating a classroom environment. Ah, disaster averted. I don't know what to do with this. Do I not have a Gumroad account? I don't know. I swear I had something else from Gumroad earlier. I hate Gumroad. It's just such a terrible site. I can all copy paste something. One moment. Here. As long as this is not on stream, I don't care. I already had a Gumroad account, but I do. I had the Decayed Victorian Alley environment. Okay. So I started editing. Perfect. All right. So, yeah. What it's for is for this Humble Bundle. The Super Asset Bundle. There's a class in it that shows up on Gumroad. Like everything else you get from the Laertes or the Cosmos site. So it's way easy, but not so much for that classroom thing. So the Steam Beetle said, "Over the OG devlogs." Yeah. Well, depends on where you're at for taxes. Like it was like during Biden's administration, they made it all the way down to 600, but then the IRS has and Congress has opted not to implement it. And yeah. We'll see how it goes on that one. Right? But I have business stuff, so you know. And you know that whole not have to file taxes thing? Amazon literally sends the information to the IRS. You do actually have to claim the money. You're technically, if you make money anyway, you still have to claim it. It's just that they don't check. But because the IRS like is being sent the information that they paid you, you will have to claim. But since you get a bunch of automatic deductions, you won't have to pay if you don't make more than a certain amount. So it wouldn't really matter if you filed the taxes because they would just keep the money. But you could file the taxes and get the money back. So because they're withholding a certain amount of money anyway. So what I'm actually really making is slightly more because the subdivide for on Twitch, if you're an affiliate, is you get 55%. That's the same with the ads. And the ads are only if you run like more than a certain amount per hour. Like if you run less than that, you get like 45%. You get very, very little. But they take a bunch, so you get less than you think because they're probably taking like 10% out, cover the taxes. At some point you get a refund and you'll make a little bit more, but let's just be real here. No one's retiring on my current Twitch income. But I am going to get cool assets out of it, so. So for the attack thingy here, I don't want to do this. Dubbing play is really weird. I don't really like it. I might have her just run. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't get money back unless money was deducted. Like, the reason why, like, when you file like your W-2 back is that your employer is supposed to send some money to the IRS for every amount you make. For those of us who are self-employed, you could opt to do it that way. But if you don't, you just owe a bill. Now, if it says you made money and you don't have any, like, you don't file taxes, then they can come after you later and be like, okay, well, you didn't do any deductions, no proof of things like that. It's a dumb system. So, like, this year to end up paying, actually, I think they gave me like a little bit of my, like, I didn't have to pay anything, but I had to pay $163 to prove I didn't have to pay anything because of all the write-offs and things. So there you go. You know, it's like with the tax thing, it's like you gotta, if you made money on the books, well, you should probably pay your taxes. But probably, I mean, you should, because it's the law. But if it's like, you know, some tiny amount of money, they're probably not coming after you for like $50 or something. Yeah. Well, you see, I actually have my own sole proprietorship for online selling, so I'm no stranger to taxes for being self-employed. Yeah, well, they take money out of your thing there, you know, they take tax money out, and that means you owed that much tax. You should probably, like, you know, open your own business, and then you can do write-offs. Actually, like, well, the price to open a business under your own name is really cheap because you don't need a fictitious business statement as long as your name or initials are somewhere in the name. It's not a fictitious name. So then it's just the price of a business license where you're at. At least that's how it is in California. It might be different other places, so, you know, look into it. But it cost me like $20 to open a license, but then you can write off things because, well, you're using it for business, computer stuff, because every business needs a computer, you know. Little things, portions of your cell phone, portions of your gas if you use it for non-commuting, like if you use it as part of the business. So you can find a lot of things. Like, I mean, obviously talk to a tax professional. I mean, I use H&R Block to figure out mine. But I definitely talk to these people, and, you know, I think everyone should open a business because it costs almost nothing and it lets you do write-offs. What write-offs depends on your business. Can't tell you. Look into it. Don't take my tax advice. You know. Oh, back for 10 minutes. Welcome back, Tricky. And the quinoa is boiling. Nice, nice. Sounds very healthy. Yeah, you know, Steven, like if you start a business as a game dev and you purchase assets to make your game, yeah, I mean that's you know, right offable. Obviously, you need that because it's literally to make your game. Like, I have an office that I rent just to do business out of, and it's not a home office. It's a real or, well, not a, well, it's a retail location technically. It could be either or. Um, so that's just a write off because it's literally a business location that's not my home. If it's your home, you're like, I think the way it goes in California, it's like you get to write off the percentage of, you take the size of your office and write off that against the percentage of your utility bills and stuff, like, and like rent there or something. I use H&R Block's online things, so they explain all the stuff there. Follow their advice. Don't follow mine. Definitely use the online things to figure it out. Yeah, you could, you should try it. I mean, like, you know, might as well open a business. Oh, the follow worked. Nice, nice. Oh, well. Okay, well, it's, you know, still, it's Mr. Long Live Twitch Chaos Scam You one, but listen, At least the follow thingy worked. The alert worked. See? See? Living care worker for that? Yeah. I don't know how everyone's taxes work. You know, it's kind of a thing. Oh. Oh, it just automatically restricts the same message it's spawning as a likely ban evader. Nice. Hilarious. Yeah. I've definitely had my own business for quite some time and made good money. I pay my taxes every year. I don't evade anything. Very thorough because, well, I find it better to be an honest businessman. Every way, shape, and form as honest as possible. You don't want to cheat. Trust me, it is not a good idea. Don't screw with the IRS. Mistakes are made if you do that. You're gonna question life decisions. I know people who've decided to play stupid games with the IRS, and I'm like, whoa, don't do it. Don't do it. Poppet and then mini pop. Actually, she uses those, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the IRS can do a lot. But usually they have other people do the rating, like, you know, they call like law enforcement or whatever. Well, okay, that's based entirely upon internet, you know, things I've seen on YouTube versus any real true knowledge. So take that to whatever. The most important thing to remember, also when dealing with the IRS, is they love paperwork. Like, the more paperwork, the better. You can never have enough paperwork as far as the IRS is concerned. There's just no such thing. They're just like, yep, paperwork. We're in it to win it. Ugh. Keep keep your paperwork. I think it's 4 years or something. It might be 5. After that, if you filed your taxes, they can't come after you. Like, they have a window where they're allowed to audit. No, it's from H&R Block. I don't remember the exact amount, but it's either 4 or 5 years. If you don't file your taxes, they have an infinite window to come after you, by the way. Literally an infinite window. 50 years go by, they can still get you. Ugh. Fun to note. Admittedly, I assume that they're probably not coming after you if they took them that long. But they can. They want. Isn't that fun? Yeah, I heard 7 years originally, but then I was looking at the what H&R Block was saying, and they were saying it was less than that. And there were some exceptions, but I mean, of course, you know, take it all with a grain of salt. Look up what they say. I pretty much just follow whatever they say, and you know, H&R Block will step in if there's any kind of problem because I'm following what H&R Block said. So if they're telling me wrong, pretty certain the IRS is going to take one look at H&R Block and be upset at them, not me, for listening to H&R Block. That's fair. Most people pay extra in their tax season. That. Hmm. And having different behaviors based upon who she's attacking makes sense. Maybe I split it over here instead. Hmm. She jumps forwards, whatever choice she's facing. I could face the player and then do it. Yeah, like I say, I mean, just look it up. They'll tell you everything you ever need to know. Well, easily, talk to a tax professional. Don't take the advice of, some random Twitch person at this point, or YouTuber. I mean, I know what I've done, and I just tell everyone you should probably open a business because it's cheap and you can do write-offs. You do have to pay more to your taxes, though. That's true. No W-2 for me. That would imply I was an employee. So, yeah. But every year I keep immaculate records. So, if they ever decide they want to see, I hope they're ready. Because I'm ready. Yes. I bet you there's write-offs I don't even take. It's not like I know every tax law. Heck, I bet you the IRS agents don't even know every tax law. There's so many of them. I guess in this, I really am only going to care about this right here. Really? So, Olympus, you got it pretty good there, just don't even got to tax the online people. Damn. That seems really weird. The numbers there, the 75 cents thingy, that seems not right. Because I know they tax based on things, and it does compound, but it doesn't compound that much. Because even if they did like 100% compounding every year, it still wouldn't be 10K off of 75 cents. That's... I'm assuming the base amount was much higher than that. Could be wrong, but... I know, like, if you, like, extend your taxes, you end up paying some late fees on that, but they're greatly reduced late fees. That's like almost nothing. That you end up paying like a few extra dollars. It's pretty good. Important. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I say, I think opening a business is a great plan. That's just me. Don't cheat on your taxes. If you're going to do it, do taxes, do them through like some big corporation. So this way the corporation takes the heat for you. Or any kind of tax professional, if you can. But at the end of the day, I think it's just better to do it right so you don't have to worry. Because, it's like, okay, well, let's say you do cheat on them. Maybe you get away with it. Maybe you don't. But you'll always have to wonder, are they coming? And that's not worth the money right there. That's the criminal mentality that just makes no sense to me. I guess I should just test this out. I really don't know why she would do this other problem here. Move to target multi-pin projectiles. I think I'll leave the multi-pin there. Finding one's almost kind of weak. Maybe I'll reduce it to make it easier to dodge in the first bit. I don't know. And the Twitch view count's wild. It was like 52, now it's like 27. I'm like, what? I don't understand. This character's almost too aggressive. I want to make Poppet stronger for this fight, but we'll see. This just never hits. I even extended the thingy so far. Hit there. Is it because she's blending the animation? No, she doesn't blend it. Move left, move right are kind of weird. Hmm. Supposedly she's facing the player for the move, but I think it's because the distance she's moving is just way too high. Just have her like reposition instead. Well, I can't do that because then the acceptable radius has to be higher. Let's say I move 300. She's huge, so and the acceptable radius will be like 100 or something. Or maybe the jumps are better. You know what I'm also gonna try? I'm gonna try reducing her size a little bit. Not a lot, but just enough that it's just maybe slightly better for me. We'll try like 2.8 or something, see if it hits more like often. This is a real problem. Like if she can't hit you, it's like kind of stupid. Oh, Mr. Scam, you tried again. It's funny. At least I know the alerts work. This weapon just doesn't hit. I mean, it hits, but not on the swing. It hits other times, like when she's done. Yeah, I just have the default ones up there, but I mean, I'll make some custom ones, but just knowing they work is worth its weight in gold. I can spend less time doing that and more time doing the other. So who knew the Banivator guy would try to do that? So funny. Just keep showing up, spamming the same message over and over. I didn't even mind when he did it once, but spamming it multiple times now is just annoying. But once it's a fun thing discussion, now it's just like spam, 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 and then leaves, and it's like. Then it ups my follower count. Then the account gets deleted, so it's like, so what? It is that. So makes me feel more important though, because I can look at my follower count and be like, yeah. Yeah, look at the bright side of everything, you know? Like just real upside of things. I'm this close to making her a caster. Weapon will not hit. At all. I'll try the other attack and see if it's a little better when I haven't altered. It's just missing. It's just, it has no. And maybe she ducked and spun or something like that. Maybe I just make her slice away. But she's so much more imposing if you make her big. Like, it's more fun if she's huge. And the giant pin is pretty neat. I spent so long trying to make this weapon connect, and I'm starting to question if it's worth it. Problem is later I'm going to have the same problem of how do giant enemies hit Poppet? And the ray trace method's okay, but it just isn't very good if they're huge. I can do colliders like I did with what's his name. Oh, I was gonna switch this stack real fast, and then I'll do the other two. Like I was using where is it? Bring up the character real fast. Oh yeah, the bitey. This one just has an attack collision shit. It works pretty good for just, leaping at it. I just put the collider at his mouth. Like, nah. Weapons are all set up to use ray traces, though. I guess they don't have to be, but the thing about ray traces is it also lets you get a hit point, too, like, where it's actually collided. I don't know. I'm gonna grab some alcohol, take a bio break real fast, and think about it. Might be like a minute anyway. As well. Right back. Ah, yes, good times. Yes. People say, people say. Yeah, I mean, take him to task, it's real. Take him to task. Don't take shit from them. Ad prayer for Amazon. That's funny. Got myself a cheesy snack. I mean, listen, at least if they're advertising something you might use. I mean, I get advertising for Amazon all the time, and it's kind of like, okay, cool. Thanks, Twitch. Neat. Yes. Yeah. I gotta mute it whenever I take a bite so nobody has to hear me chew anything. I don't want to be that guy. I mean, I guess I could be that guy. Gross. That guy. That actually did hit. That hit. Honestly, it's actually hitting pretty well now. Yeah. Hit me in the face. That's not what I was talking about. Okay, if you time the thing, you can do avoid the hit there. Okay, she's pretty rough. Okay, so that works. We can leave it as it is. That's what I wanted. Looking good, looking good. I don't even remember on the second one how she even acted. Was I to figure it out? So she summons voodoo dolls and she'll gather mini pop at that point. Those are a new ability she gains. Or she'll occasionally pull mini pop back to her. Well, let's make it less likely. Let's make it like a 30 or something like that. But it triggers like every single time, so it's not like it's sometimes. Sure. Oh yeah, Twitch 10 still is money. It's definitely not not a moneymaker in any way, shape, or form. Probably they don't pay very highly. Unless you're like, you know, super high tier, but does get people to talk to. Yeah, Amazon doesn't care at all. It's like not even enough money to make a difference to them. She's still terrifyingly large. That's something. What was that something? That's fair. I mean, Twitch is just secretly a place to, you know, advertise your OF account anyway, right? That's how it works. Or did I connect the phase here, or are we still fighting phase one? I think we're fighting phase one. Feels like we're fighting phase one. Yeah. All roads lead to phase two, not quite all of them. Just try to sit her here. She's just frozen. There's just a break in that one. Let the games begin. Maybe I'll have her like have a wildly different AI for the second one, where instead of being close, she decides to fight him at a greater distance, and will then start like pulling mini pop to her and occasionally hit mini pop, but instead of like chasing after you, she brings you to her by forcing you to come after mini pop. Might be a good change. Be an aggressor early on, and then from there change it up. Huh. A 10-hour class on how to create assets. That's cool. I mean, is it like for Blender or something? I didn't really look into it. I didn't look hardly at it. Just like, how do I get it to work? And that was it. That was the most thought I put into it. That'd be handy. I need this information here. Current action. Let's do an orange. That's not an orange. Just for funsies. Oh, awesome. I'm glad it'll help. Glad it worked out. Glad it's everything you need. Feet doth protest. But why? And I'm like, why not? And they're like, but why? And I'm like, there. Am I missing a reset action anywhere in here? I'm assuming I must be. Sure. Reset actions on everything. Let me check her attacks here, because this is also a possibility here. Maybe uninterrupted. Actually, uninterrupted should just go towards the delay, I guess. Do we figure out why she's breaking on this phase? Right at that point where I should switch to sitting. It's about almost 5 hours standing. That's fair. I do everything in UE as well because I know nothing about Blender. I need to learn stuff about Blender, probably to optimize the game later. But I worry about optimization at the very end. I mean, I do some minor optimization things, but as far as optimizing a lot of the assets, I might. The models, I'll probably wait. What you doing? What you doing, bro? It's a lot better. Very lagtastic. Perfect. What you doing? What you doing, pal? I'm a helper, sure. She did a jump direction, then she's broken. Okay. But one of the jump directions she breaks. Why? Yep. Sometimes it's just easier to make the thing in Unreal than it is to make it in Blender. Makes sense. Sometimes you make the giant duck. That must be scaled down. That's the giant duck overrun us all. I understand. I kind of want a giant duck. So it can overrun everyone. I should put the code here in the first place. Stupid not to. It must somehow get interrupted. That's what I wondered. Or the reset mechanism is not very good for the action thing, like there's some sort of a duplicate problem. So if it repeats the same thing over 9 times, it resets the action. Tries again. Test it. Hard to know what's going to happen otherwise. Want to do a duck race? Nice, nice. I remember the Untitled Goose game. Untitled Duck Racing game. What you doing? What you doing, pal? Or really just one duck and then just put like hats on some of them and weird scarves on others and, you know, just things, right? This way you never have to worry about it. An eye patch, recolor them a bit. Intimate projectiles appears to be the weird that's messed up here. I think I know what the problem is. This one sucks anyway. I'm just gonna break it to figure out which one it is. This one here. This one's repeating the same name. And it shouldn't be. That's not bad. 5, 10 things like that. You could also just use random stuff from UE and just add it on. Like, you know, UE's got hats. UE's got things like, you know, for all sorts of stuff. You could just have customizables and put them on there, and suddenly you don't have to do any of the work. Right? That's pretty good. Assume. I probably have like a dynamic material instance for it and just, you know, recolor them. Or occasionally swap out the materials for that. Like this is gold duck. This is cardboard duck. You know, like stone duck. Make it real simple and stupid. Because, you know, you could go with the try to be serious and make it all great, but you can all, like a game that's basically about racing ducks. I think you should probably go with the silly aspect of that, because I mean, it's like the slime races that Fox was playing. Like, if you try to make that all serious, it'd be kind of stupid. But if you just make it silly, which you kind of expect out of racing slimes, I would assume. I mean, maybe you don't expect that. Maybe it's like, nah, man, that's not what we're doing. Look at this pin spin projectiles. It seems like it's broken. I could use that because it's just garbage. I'm pretty certain that's what broke. There's pin wave. That'll do. That's fair. Don't we all? Don't we all have to learn a lot of stuff? Every day I use this. That's what makes it exciting. There's just new stuff to learn. I'm always excited about these crazy things. It's just a world of wonder for me to play around with. Here she breaks. I should always say that she has no additional anything to do. Any point where it says any other name like in that blank space, then there's a problem. I'll just hit her a bunch and see what happens. Needs to stomp up close in this mode. The jump back is kind of crap. It's telling me what jump direction. Yeah, I've been debating on that. I had it originally, but I just found that it was kind of obnoxious in the way, but I suppose it's fair. I don't know. Make note of it. Have multiple health bars or something. I'm gonna start some notes. Got fixes to do. Red boss, health bars, the AI. Actually, to the UI. Yeah, I'll figure out something. I suppose I can do it now. They don't need a health bar on there to do that, so. um. Oh, thanks for the follow, Sniper44X. You're just in time to see me continue fighting this boss. I don't know. Trying to get the boss to work. I'm fighting it in a different way. Fighting its AI. Kidding. But I'm going to do a thing to reference the UI here. Good. Let's just duplicate a super bar, right? Let's help, I guess. Oh, well, thanks, Stephen. I appreciate the follows. Can always use more in my epic master plan to eventually take over all of Twitch. But, you know, it sells a few more games, right? I mean, you know, I'm always happy to hear ideas, Shrill. Just saying, you know, I might not use them, but if you suggest an idea, there's a chance I will use it, and that's always better than, you know, me just having to hopefully figure everything out. You know, I mean, I might make, I use the idea, maybe. It's not outside the realm of possibility, you see. Um, sure. Fill type left to right, blah, blah, blah. Fill color and opacity. We'll just use red. Oh, sorry. Alignment is 0.5 and 0.5, right? 5, but 0.5 puts it centered, so is -5 puts it down there? Sure. -4. -4? Sure. It's much bigger than I was hoping for, probably. Well, I guess you want it to be big enough that they notice what the boss is. Sure. What I'll end up doing is I'll have the boss funnel the information every turn to, actually every, X amount of time to Poppet, who will then display the information. When the boss is spawned, it'll send the information to Poppet that this is health bar. Whenever the boss's health changes, I will send the message again. And when the boss dies, then that will also cause the health bar to vanish. That's fine. Top center. Five. Actually, stick it right here like that. What boss health? I was gonna change everything to Griffey. That's right. I always need to change to Griffey. Became the new font of champions because it looks silly. It has that fun silliness that I like. I'm gonna switch to sitting position. 1 second. Okay. My feet were definitely losing the battle there. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. You've won this battle. Let's bind boss health here. Create a binding. And, which UI am I going to use? Probably just the combat one. We'll call this boss info. So we're going to think there. Actually, we'll start with a string here. Boss name. Or just make it a name. Whatever. I usually make everything strings just so I don't have to bounce them back and forth. Boss health. Now will be a float. Dead. Yes. Actually, no. It'll be just That's whether that's fair. I just had health bars over the actual enemies themselves to make it easier to tell, kind of like Diablo. We'll call it boss active. His dead doesn't necessarily seem like the best. All right, so we have these things here. And I'm gonna want the class settings here. I guess I just make it combat, share, whatever. User interfaces. I guess I could put on BPI menu. Yeah, maybe I put on BPI menu instead. I don't need all this extra crap here. BPI menu is just as bad. I can stay on combat, never mind. Really, BPI menu's got a bunch of crap for everything else, so whatever. Here. And then the NPCs need this. Um, but they have it. Like, that's fair. I mean, it's all about putting it in a place that's useful for people. So, if they put it there, it makes whatever works for your game. Another restream chat up. Okay, so we'll do an event begin play here. VP Can't graph, not movement. Okay, he's just being stupid. Got it. Event begin play. Get a branch here. I guess technically these could all be on the same thing, but we're not doing that. Give me a better idea where it's all going. Don't think I'm a mess here. I hate it. It's a text, huh? Okay. Now let me do a quick change here then and change this to a name because it's already a name. Oh, this is a text. Okay, well then you suck. I'll just make it back to a string. Strings are the only true thing, and that's a text right there. That's an option. I just use that. You animate your character. Work on the AI HUD. Yep. Yeah, there's a promotional thing. You can totally do it. Just dump it in there. Heck, I don't even often care if you do it in general chat. If you're just talking with people. But there's a straight up promotional thing if you just want to post whatever there. But we're not that strict. It's literally just there's like a self promotion where you can just post whatever, or like I say, we just talk in general half the time anyway. And if we need an additional area, we can always put it on there too. Yeah, that's fine too. What are you working on? It's a great spot. I forgot I even have that. But yeah, those are fine. Which Punk Lab asset were you talking about earlier? And is there a way to share it if I buy it for myself? Like the Steampunk Lab thing? I can find it for you. I don't believe you're allowed to share it, unfortunately. Pretty certain that that is most definitely not a thing that you're allowed to do, but maybe it is. Let me find it real fast. Or by highest price. Yeah, the Cyber Steampunk Museum. Yeah, the professionals, the same thing there, sure. Yeah, it's Cyber Steampunk Museum. Any video for it? I will mute it. The video is old, but This is what I was thinking of getting, and then I'm going to probably use it for ideas for stuff to make my own interesting things. I like these stairs. I want these stairs super bad. I put them in the lab. Apparently it's laggy. Okay. My connection is being kind of used a bunch, so you know how it is. There's music for the video, but I can't put the music on because, you know, YouTube is evil like that. They also have, you know, panels where you can, like, all these customizable panels and everything like that to have all sorts of weird little nodes and gauges and God knows what on them. So it's pretty neat overall. But I've been slowly making my own stuff there, so I should pay attention to what this video has and make my own things there. Maybe there's more gauges and things and more wheels and stuff that moves. Hey, for making myself, anything can be moved, right? So that's cool. But yeah. I was definitely thinking of using this. But I don't want to pay 150 bucks for it. That's a lot. A lot. So. I mean, giving it to someone else, like it's tied to your account. So the only person with permission is, you know, whoever the account holder is. And if you're part of the project, then technically anyone can use it. There are loopholes, but I don't really want people involved in the project necessarily if they don't need to be, because, you know, that just adds additional problems. I kind of want these to be able to, like, you know, pause it, like, you know, like have them turn off and then like use the judgment to fire electricity to turn things on. These are cool little Tesla coils too. There's just a lot of detailed things, a lot of stuff that would have been cool to have. And I mean, I have a steampunky world, so all the things are going to be in the same world. So I do plan on making use of these over time, especially for each additional game, because it's not like Poppet Quest the only game I'm ever going to make. Especially if I just, you know, make a enough of a following of just making games on Twitch, I'll just keep making games because I just enjoy doing it. Yeah, lots of stuffs that I kind of wanted. Also, weird wheelbarrow there. Interesting. I didn't even notice that last time. But at the same time, it was more like $50 to $75 that I'd want to spend on it, and not $150. Hopefully, Fab has a Black Friday sale. I can't imagine Fab misses the Black Friday sale. I mean, really? Did you really see Fab missing that? That'd be crazy. But you never know. Oh, I've got gears upon gears, so let me show you my there's one that I recommend for getting gears and stuff like that. I'm using it like crazy in mine. It's bring up the page for it because it's super cheap and it's just good to go, and it's got all these moving gears and things, so you don't have to do hardly anything. Yeah, the Steampunk Props Pack. This one is good. This is great. Because it comes with, you know, all sorts of crazy splines. You can just bend however you want. That's the pipe thing I was using, which is cool. You can change the color of them too as well. And like, you know, the age and things like that. Make them green for some apparent reason. Yeah, that's the beautiful part of this one. It was like, I think $5. If memory serves, like it's really cheap. I got on sale, I got it for like $2.50. So yeah, about that. That's like nothing. And it's got, you know, the lights that I'm using, all changeable. A compass that you haven't even seen me use yet, but I'll probably find use for it at some point. All kinds of different thingies, gauges that I've been using all over the place. I even updated their gauges. I didn't realize it had additional options for the gauge. Really? Where did I miss it? Oh, I guess there's a face variation. Cool. I didn't even notice that. I'm dumb, I guess. Bunch of gears with changeable things that all can be set to rotate, so you don't have to do any of the work. I mean, it's... Yeah, let me get the link for you. That's the link. It's a great deal. So, I mean, like, even at $5, it was a great deal. I still bought it for like $250. It was super worth it. There's another one that I wanted. It's like steampunk clock or something like that. Let me make my life not suck. I don't care about the others. I think this was the one. Low to high. I can't remember what was it. It was on my stupid wish list. Okay. You see this? Can we just super glue this on and save me the time? I don't want to see it. I don't care. So much garbage, you know, things like that. This one here. This one's, you know, $6. I'll probably end up buying it too because it has this nifty thing like that. But the only thing I want is the these here, and potentially that. That one's fine too. Yeah, they're actually working clocks. It's only $6 for this one. On sale, probably $3. And for a game that's, you know, steampunky, I need more clocks. Like, I don't have working clocks. I have clocks. I could make a clock like this. A digital clock would be easy to make. I can make that happen. Timers into that. Well, easy. It would take time, but it wouldn't take that. Do that, and then yeah, these things are exactly what I want right here. Yeah, that's awesome. There's a lot of steampunk stuff. If I had lots of money, I would decorate my entire, like, you know, premium room in steampunk stuff, and I might do that eventually. But that's if the game does well. But yeah, I definitely like these ones here. So I would definitely pick those things up. I don't really necessarily need that, but that one's like $6. So do the clocks work in the horror pack though? Also, do they look like steampunk clocks? That's the other thing there. Really? There's a horror pack from last month that was had that? Interesting. What was it called? I mean, I guess technically I have only 4 things named horror. I don't remember what the free one was for last month. That one doesn't have it. Oh yeah, I've been mostly playing with the AI stuff, and then we got to talking about various assets. But apparently there's some analog clocks. I don't think these ones had it. Yeah, I don't remember when I'm having it, but which one had the analog clocks? That could be handy. Like a horror dining room. I don't think that had any. Not that I really need horror stuff particularly, but I don't see clocks on that one. Yeah, working on the boss. I fixed mini pot. The first phase works pretty well. The second phase has some problems, and I got her weapon to finally hit by shrinking her a slight amount and adjusting the animation. Crazy, and then playing with distances. Huh. So Horror Engine has one, huh? Does it? I have Horror Engine. Really? Because I mean, if I can save money, I'm about that. But the other one's also like themed the right way because I don't have a steampunk clock, which is kind of important because you know, buttons, buttons, got buttons. I don't really see clocks though, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're in there somewhere. Huh. Oh, it's all the stuff for FNAF. And a really pathetic looking gun. Jesus. It's free. Cool. Diary thing, mobile inspection, sure, sure. A lot of stuff. If you say it has it in there. Yeah, you can buy these from Epic Games from the Fab Marketplace. I'll probably end up paying them like, you know, $3 when that one thing's on sale so I can get the steampunk clocks that I want. Because I'm assuming it'll go on sale for half prices. And even if it doesn't, I mean, if it's like $6, it's just that they look good for what I need. Analog ones are okay, but I just wanted that one. Like, the other one looked kind of beat up, so it had a good texture for that. I guess the other one might be okay. I'll have to look and see. But definitely, thanks for letting me know about it. Because what's the worst that happens? Oh, you have to create a project. I could always pull it out of the project. Yeah, screw it. I'll look right now. Why not? Gonna make a project really fast here, and I was working on this here. Essentially putting the health bar in the HUD for the boss. Did you? I'll check. Oh. But they're coming along nicely. Oh, I like that one. This is definitely the favorite one right here. The Robo Duck is awesome. Also, the, you know, cyborg looking duck. Just saying, I'm down with it. The duck ship. I can get behind these. These are good. These are funny. Those are probably my favorites. The other ones are interesting, but duck ship is now amazing. Duck cyborg. They're invading. I can see it. I hope this has flamethrowers. It'd be awesome. Nice, nice. All right, so I made the horror engine, or I installed it. Now let me see if I can loot and pillage assets from it. Put right into my game and be like, hey, what this? I just want the meshes. I could just boot it up. All right, so character name. Elf. Thanks for that. Good health. The other one just opened, so the boss will be marked as active. Cool. Oh, oh. Send a message. Don't run that there. Here. Alright. That'll tell the boss when it's active, and then let's rope it into when they're damaged. I mean, I can always look. Of course, it happens if it's not in that pack. It's not in that pack. It's not going to ruin my world. I mean, of course, I'll just, my entire life will be destroyed, and I don't even know what I'll do. And I'll put a video on TikTok or something about how it's just like the worst thing that's ever happened to me. But other than that, it'll be fine. Obviously, there's just no way I can keep going forward knowing this. Was it in this, or it is? Who knows? Actually, what am I doing? Clock. Oh no, no clock. Maybe it's called something else. I'm not seeing a clock. I mean, it could be blind. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I don't really see a clock in this one. Must be a different one. I mean, technically, all it takes to make a clock with numbers is, and like 3D text is just simply changing the text based on a timer. That's true. So if I want to make my life, easier, I could make my own clock. Yeah, it's mostly I wanted the steampunk assets, for the steampunk clock. That's what I was really mostly talking about. It was just, I wanted the cool look to it. I was basically paying them for the models. And when it's like $3 on sale, it's not like I'm hating my life. But I'm gonna make a clock after this. First, let me figure this out. Boss still active, actually. Well, I guess I'm doing it this way. So if, oh, well. Do send to the player character. But then send just this. Don't send the rest of it, because it'll remove the bar. And I think I'll do it down here instead, so this way it doesn't do it twice, because I don't think I need to do it twice. It's kind of ridiculous. Just easily do this here. False. What my plan was is to use 3D text and have it be emissive, and then just put it inside of, you know, the weird little cages or something that I was using for the other steampunk stuff I was making. You'll see. I have a plan. I realize, you know, it only saves me like probably $3 in the long run, but at the same time, content on the stream, and I could just make what I want and not have to deal with someone else's. In fact, I could probably make something very similar to what they already have. Probably. Probably indeed. Actually, I'm going to keep the picture up of that because I might want to make something similar looking, or at least use it as an idea. No horror engine, none of that. I don't need Streamlabs open. So many just things in the way right now. All right. So we do this, and then it's messaging Poppet. So let's bring up Poppet. I don't want to call directly to Poppet's AI or to her UI. It does have a HUD widget. And it always has the HUD widget, so she can just call her HUD widget. I called the thing, what? Boss info. That's right, she doesn't have a combat thing. Her system acts as the combat. All she's going to do is send a message. Right? Sure. Actually, I guess you could send to the HUD each time. It's fine. Every time boss info happens, she sends to the HUD. Because she's always tied to her HUD widget. Nobody else is tied to her HUD widget. Yeah, I'll figure something out. One thing at a time, though. I want this. I'm going to add thing to the HUD first. So promotes a variable. Promotes a variable. And promote a variable. Okay. And then let's go back to what is this one called? So let's tie the visibility here. Well, actually, let's do the boss cell first. Sure. Boss health. Yeah, create binding. I was hoping for to make it easier on myself, but get boss health. And make it easy. Oh, I guess I could send the boss max health too, right? I should do that too as well. Oops. Move it up. Oop. Oh, because I don't need to send the info otherwise. If true, do this. If false, do that. Perfect. Now I want to get to making that clock. I'm so much more excited, but I do want to make this work, so, you know. The boss, no, Voodoo does have like the tag boss, right? You should have the tag. Because that's how I control the music, to know if that they are supposed to play a different type of music. I might switch it on the boss names later, rather than use the boss word. All right, so I need to do that. I need max health on the other one. Well, actually, I don't need to send anything because this one's just when they're dead, so I just set it all to nothing. Can't begin play. Max health. Need to check here just in case. Yeah, okay, I have this turned off, sure. Back to Poppet. All this to avoid referencing directly the other thing, because, you know, usually you don't want to do that. Yeah, it's just divide by max here. Right. Oh, one more thing. About that too. Dragon template. And a dragon. I mean, I don't need dragon, but, you know, I'll tell people about it. I do actually have a dragon model. I was going to make a cardboard dragon, have a bunch of, you know, cardboard enemies. I might still. But that's a different story entirely. Because I don't know if I'm going to do that or not, but it's kind of cool. Kind of funny anyway. Cardboard dragon. Boss health. Okay. Um. Oh, wait. I'm a goofball. This. Why? The percentage here, percentage, percent bind. This is what I was supposed to do. And then oh, nice, nice. Let's default this to hidden. Let's do a binding. If true, make visible. If false, make hidden. Cool. And let's go out of our way to just dupe that because we're going to do it also for this bar as well. Find me, baby. That should get the job done. Probably. Nice. We got some people in the Discord that are talking about getting into Blender. Maybe you can rope them into it. Maybe I'll make a Blender section or something too. Yeah, if there's a section you want or something like that, just let me know and I'll add it too. Like, we're usually pretty informal there. I don't usually work too much. There you go, Voodoo. I gave her very low health. There you go. Perfect. I didn't think it'd be that hard to make. I did it the smart way too, so I don't have to constantly reference it every time because now it's just every time it changes. So now you know. Now you know. Oh. Oh. Fantastic. Hey, it's more than I can do in Blender. So, you know. I'm not hating. I'm not hating at all. That's the goods, yo. All right. I'm going to maybe just snag some things out of these to make it easier. Maybe not. Let's see. Machinery. Vector the clock. Team clock. Yeah. Clock sounds boring. You don't need no stinking boring clock. I'll have to look up all the time thingies because I can't remember the exact. I think it's like there's like a get real world time. I think I had it somewhere on here. But I mean, I can always look that up later if I, can't remember what it is by the time I get there. Let's add some goodies. Goodies. Looking at my various mishies. Perfect. I want one of these. Right? Because it'll literally just build it. Facing them will be interesting. Let's add a 3D. Whoa. Why hello there. Why hello there. How big is this? Let's dump him in the world and see where. Imagine it's gonna be huge, but I just want to see scale before I go too far into this. So obviously we're not worried about it being too large or anything. That's how it scales like that. So okay. I don't really need to shrink the text at all. I could probably make this like 9 or something, make it big. Get the center going on here. Duplicate. Actually, I want these bigger. Like a 12. There's no issue of hitting. This word spacing also. We use Griffy because we're like that. Even if it looks a little strange, it's just trying to keep the same theme everywhere. Is there an actual letter spacing? I wonder if there is. I guess the best word would be to. Could you get a specific character, like a specific position in the time thing? It's got to be a way. Well, we're going to do a getaway first, and then a better way when I do some looking up of text codes and stuff, because I don't actually 100% know. You know, probably don't need to be that guy if I can avoid it. Maybe 11 is the right number. Oh, that's right. You can't do that like that. I have to make all these capitalized here. I hit TX twice. That's got to be better because, quite simply, capitalizing usually works better for me anyway. I need enough space for the characters. I should just split into actually 4 of them. Make the most sense. You position it slightly better, but for now. I guess I probably want more than that, right? Because it's gonna be let me look and see. I kept a image of what it looked like. Oh, yeah, this person just did this instead. Not terrible. One moment, please. Shape pack on Fab. Like shapes for Blender, because if it's a product for Blender, I have absolutely no idea. I've not looked at a single Blender thing on there. There could be. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that's a normal thing. Um, like just like generic shapes. Like what kind of shapes are we talking? Because I'm sure there's shape packs on there for things. Technically, any static mesh is a shape. Technically, any skeletal meshes too. You can always re-import it as a static mesh. That I wanted this. That's right. I wanted just that. Actually, I want no, it's fine. Use these. It's fine. Find that so I didn't have to figure it out. You know how it goes. I'm just kind of being lazy. Bevel material like that. Actually, we'll do. And I'm probably going to use like black or something as the front material. Like the bevel material or something. Yeah. See how it goes. Oops. Wrong room. I need one additional one there because I want to have the space in between. I mean, I'm sure there is. Just I'm going to search for shapes, right? But I mean, a lot of the basic shapes are already in UE, but just the default content, right? There's no heart, unfortunately. But after all, the basic shapes are just static meshes. So if you just run a search for, hearts or like geometry things, or you can probably find something. In a world where they don't have something, it just wouldn't make any sense. Um, yeah, I guess I do minutes and seconds and then hours. Is that what we're doing? Seconds and hours? I guess so. So I probably want three texts, right? I know I can split them into those three things pretty easily. So hours, minutes, and then 1, 2. I would just want to search. I mean, I'm sure there's like, basic shapes. Children's toys probably have a lot of those too. Because once you have the mesh, you can easily replace the actual texture with material with whatever you want, and including the basic shape material from UE. So you've already got basically all the tools you need to make it. Because there's like a basic shape material. You just go, okay, well, basic shape or something like that. And basic shape, right? You just take any asset you want. Okay, this table. Take instant table and you're like, oh, nah, M basic shape. And now it's a basic table. See? So you could do that with anything you want. So just find some hard asset triangles. I think children's toys, like the ones where they take the shaped blocks and put it in like the little holes, would probably have all the basic shapes you're talking about. So like children's toys would be what I look for. But there's probably other stuff too. I mean, just you can quickly turn things into a basic shape, and then or if you're looking for like a place actors, like a geometry thing, well, these are just static mesh actors. These would be the geometry ones where I wonder if there's a geometry pack. I'm curious. Let's play a little game here, and the game is geometry pack. Right? Geometry materials. Not quite what I was looking for. Another game? Oh, yeah, you should probably do that. I hear baths are good. I mean, I've only heard this, though. Clearly, I would never do these things. I know what you're talking about. I'm a shower guy. Baths take too long. Also, I'm too tall for most bathtubs. Like, I'm 6 feet tall. But most bathtubs are not that comfortable to be in. Unless, like, one of those big, ones that's basically got, like, multiple jets and things like that. Those are big enough, sure. But most of the other ones, they're so small, I'm just like, just miserable. I wonder, there's got to be some sort of, any shape. I have a huge tub. I'm envious. And it loving the hot water. I can see that. I can see that. I would like to be in a hot tub right now so much. I don't have a hot tub. I'd like it. Yeah, no, you'd have to search for geometry stuff. Maybe to find something like that, but I'm sure there's something on there. The fab market's full of so much crap now that who knows? Wouldn't surprise me. You get out of it hating it again? Love-hate relationship with hot water? I could see that. Right? And who doesn't hate and love hot water at the same time? Where did it go? Oh, it's over here. Like, wait a minute. Tiny. All right, so we need more tubes. Do I even need hours on here, or is just, well, I don't want hours as well. I guess I don't need seconds. I don't know, we'll see. What's the worst that happens? I don't like it. Basically need 10 of them. And we take divider 1, move it to like right here, and divider 1 is just going to be we're going to move it up a bit. Divider 2, also just going to be this. Move it up a bit. We go all the way over to here. And then we'll take text hours, and we'll just be like 00. Right there. Minutes. Over here. 00 them too. Then seconds. Could have used the little child blueprints to set some things myself as well. I don't know if I need it. Hey, Sinisteri, how's it going? Oh, yeah, I did say 10. Well, I was wrong. I meant 8. Because I need hours, minutes, and seconds, and I need 2 dividers. So, for some reason, I thought that was 8 before. But I'm going to blame the alcohol. Anyone who says different, no one likes them. About sending a message. Nobody liked him. It is today. Very much an excuse for me. Yes. So I'm probably just gonna just place this in the box. Oh, it's called cube. My bad. Curious here. Is this under basic shapes? It is. Basic shapes cube. We live in the future now. A cube future. It kind of excites me now that I'm making this thing myself. You're tired of Unreal, huh? GPU's melting. These are questions for which I have no answer. Were you using UE4? UE5. I don't remember how much UE4 I used, but I mean, I used it like 1060 for it, so I didn't even have a 1080 at the time. I had it in French for some reason. Oh shit. Well, let me know when you're back and I'll ask the question again. All right. So were you using UE4 or UE5? UE5, like one of the two. Like, which one are you? Because if you using UE5, just use UE4. Yeah, use UE5. Use UE4 then. Like, uses way less resources and there's almost no gain for UE4. I could skip the last divider and put seconds smaller and make them fit in one. I could, but it's gonna be kind of hard to keep them inside of the little thingies with each new one I have, like each new digit. Why I split it into 2. Also, it would be kind of weird and off-centered if they like that. Well, if there were like some small ones on one side and not on the other. So I'm like, maybe, but I don't know. Gift leader. There's a gift leader. Where do you see this gift leader thing? something. And what in a nice way? Wait, what? These are questions. I don't want the texture. Oh, nice. Well, I'm happy that you're excited. Uh, hmm. Can I get away with the this one here? For the metal stand? Probably not. But maybe. I really want a good copper one. Just don't have it. Interesting. I could have rotating gears on it. Do I need rotating gears? I think there's not a lot of interesting about it. I can just add cages on the top if I want. Does it? Free block sounds? Nice, nice. Only 800 euro a month and you're already wasted it all? Well, it's always next month. I don't know. Nah, it's people hanging out here is cool for me. I don't care if they actually sub or not. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be unhappy if they do sub. I mean, I'll still jump for joy that, are that excited about me, but they ain't got a sub. It's all good. Um, kind of rhyme. Do I need anything else for this? Huh. Also, got to look up how to get the. Um, there was a HUD thing I was going to add, and I disabled it because it wasn't working right. But it had a bunch of information that I can probably make use of. Oh, you can always ask me to repeat something, and I will try to remember what I said. Oh, okay. I often wonder because of the fact that I'm streaming to a lot of people around the world if that causes like the ads to be just wonky and weird. Probably not pay very well either, depending upon where they're at. I still learn a new language. Nice, nice. Fair. Um, the King game menu, and then the status have it. Something did. I don't remember what it was. No, game time. There we go. Oh, there's a widget time. Okay. This is where I was trying to get to set and it wasn't working. It's German, French. I'm pretty sure Chinese one there too. Jesus. I get annoyed if they send any ones at me in Spanish. I realize I'm in California, which, as far as I'm concerned, is basically Mexico, but still, really, really. Um, Good start time from the game mode. Game start time is set. Man, what was the code for this? Blah 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 blah. That's probably from the leveling stuff. I first boot the game up. So the start time is 0. Sure. Okay, so how do we do that? Oh yeah, I live in California, Northern California, actually. A quaint city, a tiny city of 100,000 people. Barely even a city, at least by California standards. About probably the biggest city north of the capital. Don't worry, a trip to San Francisco will quickly make you wish you didn't visit there. Take that, San Francisco. I was making my, dystopian steampunk city based on the worst city I could remember ever going to. And I thought to myself, oh wait, that's San Francisco. That's right. I hate San Francisco. I hate everything about San Francisco except the Golden Gate's kind of cool. I always tell people, you're not anyone until you've been robbed at least once in San Francisco. I mean, at least once. I mean, that's part of the experience of San Francisco. Like, if you haven't been robbed, we parked in a parking structure, and So they had a really nice open spot right by the stairs. And we're like, oh, we're so lucky. Why is this entire parking structure, completely full except this spot right by the stairs? What they don't tell you is that is the favorite theft spot. So we parked there. My girlfriend was driving at the time, and they just looted her whole car when we were inside the restaurant. Neat. But don't worry, because every trip to San Francisco is, always fun. So let's tell stories about San Francisco, because I've been there more than a few times. The first time I went over to San Francisco, I was somewhere around I think 10 or 11, maybe 12. Somewhere in that age range. We were going to visit some museums and things like that. We go through a park to get to a different one of the museums after visiting one of them. I think we saw an art museum first, and later we went to one that involved playing with things. That was the good one. Not the art museum kind of sucked when I was that age. However, we, that was the first time I ever saw, my first dead body, because going through that park, we had to go around the dead body. Like, oh, look, the police are right there. There's your dead body. What a great place. I love San Francisco. You're like, spoiler, I don't love San Francisco. But that's okay. So I went down to San Francisco to visit my girlfriend's family at the time, because same girlfriend that went there with for the driving trip, because this was just one fun trip there. We got robbed and that. So we go to stay in a hotel there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and say I slept amazingly in the hotel. I have no gripes. It was wonderful. Like a log, just yeah, well, they didn't put a blanket over that one. Anyway, so when we go to leave the next morning, my girlfriend's all nervous and upset and really wants to leave the room. Okay, well, we're packing up. I don't care. We got to leave anyway. We're supposed to. And later on, she's like going, I don't know what it was, but I was just thinking these horrible thoughts, and I really wanted to hurt people, and I'm just not like that kind of person. She's not. She was really nice. And she just, at that point, I thought the room was haunted, and it was kind of funny in a way. I explained to her afterwards that we had to stay in any room 1408 we came by. She said I'd be staying by myself. Because the movie 1408. Saying. Yeah. As for whether or not the body was a male or female, I couldn't tell you at the time. It's been a minute, I was somewhere between 10 to 12. We didn't get incredibly close, but you could see the dead body there, and it was not in a pretty shape. Probably a dude, but I couldn't get a very good look. My memory for it's not that great. It's been decades. Okay, so let's continue. Every trip to San Francisco has to suck, because that's just how it is. The worst one's clearly the robbed and dead body thing. It's not going to get more exciting than that. You ever seen an intact corpse that feels like a doll? Well, Carva, I suppose I can I don't like seeing dead bodies particularly, in real life. I don't care if it's in a movie. But every time I've had to see a dead body in real life, I'm not a fan. It's not a thing. It's just But yeah. You were a nurse for a while? Yeah. I don't know if I could do that. The whole, just seeing people die all the time. Because I did elder care for a while, and the guy, he was 97 when he passed, but I think I started when he was 94. And that's just rough. It's just waiting, you're in the waiting room for they could die at any moment kind of thing. And it's just that was not for me. Not at all. I made good money at the time. It's not for me. I remember for that place, when that guy passed, we actually had a baby monitor in his room. Because he was all the way on the other side of this incredibly fun house that's just super long and probably the most horrifying, it feels like it came from a horror movie. I was a live-in staff there. And, me and this other, woman who, were, it's the day staff, we agreed that after he died, we had to go down there and remove that baby monitor, because if anybody walked into that baby monitor trying to sound like him, it would have been so creepy. It'd have been the best prank, but we were nah, This ain't it. We ain't getting tricked by this prank. Uh-uh. Oh, that sucks. I would not want to do what you were doing. Like I said, just the one person dying was terrible. I even lived in that house long after he died too, because I was like acting like a caretaker for the house while they were dealing with all the will and stuff. Oh man, that place. Yeah, that place was a horror story. And that whole place was just, it was crazy. Like when I moved into that place, there was there had been a flood in the house. So the house was built in a way that it's like it was in a mountainous area, so it was on the canyon. So the first floor was like at about this thing here, but the second floor was like just higher up the hill, so it acted like another first floor, and then there was like a floor below that, right? That was actually hidden underground. And so the first floor had flooded, and they had to take out all the carpet, everything like that. They had to worry about mold and stuff. So they did that. And they also ended up removing like all the windows and things like that. Whereas I was staying up in this separate second story type of thing that was also along the mountain. So like it was still at ground level. Weird place. And that was sealed away from everything. Okay. So I move in there to watch the place because he's like 90 something. He can't live in a place with, doesn't even have windows and the door doesn't lock. And so I'm doing that. The way the house is built is they built two houses essentially. They built one house and then right along the short side of it, they put another one there, creating this incredibly long hallway thing. You just look down and see all these open windows at night. I'm a night owl. I know, shocker. I'm a night owl. All surprise. And the laundry was in the basement. So here's how you get to the basement. That's, this does lead somewhere. So you go down this flight of stairs, from where I'm at. It basically follows the hill, essentially. Go down, I go to like the right, and then down a little hallway, and then loop around, and there's another set of stairs down below it. And whoever built this basement is like, also once again, a horror story, because all the nails to hold in the carpet from the stairs just go clean through. So the entire ceiling for the staircase has just got nails clean through it. And like, okay. And the staircase is one of those ones that just wraps around too. So it's just got blind corner after blind corner. Okay. You get down into this thing. It's like a wine cellar, essentially. It's huge. In this wine cellar, you come down from the stairs like that. Off to like your right here is a small alcove that you can't really see. That's just dark enough that could easily hide somebody. Like, no problem. You would never see them coming. And off to your left, it opens up into a back portion of the basement that is probably a good, 20, 30 feet. So whatever distance that is for everybody who's not in the US. But it's huge. We'll say like at least 6+ meters behind you off to the side that you can't necessarily see until you get to the bottom of the stairs. And then in front of you is, again, another, we'll say about 8 meters, because this is huge. This is a massive wine cellar. And it's full of chest-high walls of crap. So people could hide behind any one of those. And off to the far back wall is the laundry. And now, what made this place like amazingly creepy, because it was like out in the woods on the canyon, was that, you get that feeling at night that people are watching you, right? Or just that feeling in general. But I was the caretaker for the grounds, so I would do my laundry, and then at the morning I'd go out and I'd check the grounds, and I'd find new wrappers of food and things like that. People were there. Like, I found lean-tos, I found like places where they had fires, I found food wrappers, I found like all this, and I cleaned it up, and then there'd be more. So they were watching it at any point. This house with no windows. They could have gotten in there, no problem. They could have easily cornered me at any point going down to those, down to do my laundry. It was a great place, man. It was great. There also was a hiking trail down the canyon, so we'd see people with like lights coming up from the canyon too at night, so just in case it was a little creepier. I didn't ever see any ghosts or anything like that, of course, there. I mean, don't get me wrong. That room where he died in, because he died in the house, I didn't go there at night, if you know what I'm saying. I was like, no. Even though I was the night staff. or when he was alive. Just a side story. So they're going ads and no pop up. Shit. Well, you might have missed part of the story. I'm sorry. Convince someone to give you a sub. I need 8 more subs because you know what that does? It gives me more emojis. They've tied the emojis to the subs. Technically, I think I get 2 more subs. No subs, 2 more emojis because I'm using the alerts now. If they approve that, they might have. Viewer rewards. Power-ups and channel points? No, probably not. Emojis. Yeah, I have 2 bonus animated emojis I can do. Nice. I'll have to make them. I can also have tier 2 and tier 3 subs. I get 1 whole emoji for each. Yeah, they tie it to additional subs. I get 1 standard emote and 1 animated emote if I can get 10 subs. I have 2. On our way. I mean, you know. Just more emojis for the people who actually sub, basically. I think actually the standard ones are free, I think. So yeah, you get 1 plus 1 standard emoji. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, that house is great. 10 out of 10. There was even a giant dummy there. It was like, you know, I want to say about 1 meter tall, roughly. It was a cowboy one. And when I got there, I had to clean out the room that I was in because no one had ever been there in that room for over like 20 years because the guy couldn't get up the stairs to get there. And for most of the time I was actually sleeping in that room, there was this dummy that was always just watching me at night. Like it's just literally sitting there because I wasn't allowed to remove it from the room. I'm not dead, so clearly the dummy did not decide that I was, you know, a threat to it or whatever, but saying. It was kind of weird. It's like, If someone had figured out how to rig a string to it or something to try to rotate it or something at night, oh my god. Monsters. It would have been funny. But monsters. Still 10 out of 10 would have been funny. Your shower? Fair enough. Wait, did you just take a bath? I'm so confused. Update time. I guess I could just have this on event tick, right? Yeah, I'd probably just have it on event tick at that point. Start time here. You procrastinate about take a shower? Fair enough, fair enough. I want a hot tub right now. It's so bad. So nice. So nice. Yeah, at 1800? Is that really far away from where you're at? I don't know what time that zone or what time it is where you're at, but yeah, you just truncate it and make a time span. That's what it was. Make it the time span. And then that text. Hours. I guess this has to be event tick because otherwise it would make much sense. Well, it doesn't have to be event tick. Wait. Update time. We have a delay of 1 second. Update time. Never use event tick. I don't need an update every frame. I'm good. We delay 1 second and then we update the time. Like so. I'm just gonna do this and this. Whatever, we went over all the other things that were wrong with San Francisco. That's true. Yeah, so I can do milliseconds. Yeah, that sounds useful. It does not sound useful. Spoiler, it sounds really useless. But no, like, let's see. Well, traffic in San Francisco is a nightmare, so it's actually not a very big city. You might think it is, but it's mostly vertical with a lot of winding pathways and everything like that. But you'll love driving there. My favorite thing I ever saw, though, is when we left that hotel where she thought she was hearing like voices and thinking that, you know, she was going to hurt people and stuff. Because, you know, that's what you want your girlfriend to say at the time. Her uncle shows up to get us. And he passes the hotel by quite a distance. And then it's like a one-way street. And he proceeds to put the vehicle in reverse. Head back up the street against traffic. We're just like, people moved out of the way. But it was the funniest thing. I was like, what in the world? Just a dumb thing there because the traffic is unimaginably bad there. You'll discover very quickly you won't like it one bit. But yeah. Later on, I went there with like my dad and my younger brother. My younger brother had to go there for like hospital reasons. I won't get into his medical problems, but we went to downtown San Francisco, which is like, if you ever want to think to yourself, what is the most like an iconic, depressive, gray type of, you know, the worst existence. Like if you ever think of a movie where people are just so dejected and so unhappy and so caught up in the machine, that's downtown San Francisco. Where literally it's just like, oh, I didn't keep updating. Oh, I know I didn't update. Welcome back. So yeah, we go there and, you know, he's over at the hospital, but when he wasn't in the hospital, him, my dad and I were just going on and we decided to get a sandwich there. And like, you gotta understand, like, you know, there's like, I'm gonna say about 3 meters worth of bricks, not bricks, worth of this like stone, maybe cement, actually, just concrete. And most things like that. It's just like formless, shapeless, and just like skyscrapers everywhere. There is no sun. Like there is a sun, but it's all blocked off by these huge buildings. You hate your life the whole time. And these ridiculous inclines on all the roads because everywhere in San Francisco is just on hills. We find a sandwich shop down there. And there's some bum out there who's just begging for food. We'll remember him for later. You know, he's not that important yet. We go in there and there's some nice lady. You can tell that she doesn't like her life. It's so apparent that it hurts. Cool. And she's like, we get her to talking because it's a surprise to nobody. I love to talk. Yeah, it's too tricky pretty much. Yeah, I love to talk. So I get to talk to her. And it turns out that she has a dream. She wants to be able to have her own weed. Not like a weed, but the kind of weed you'd have in your garden that you don't want. You know, the kind of when you yank. And she was explaining, I was like, a weed? What the why? And she's like, well, because she can't have a garden. Because she's like, you know, up on the 3rd floor and there's no sunlight. She's got a window. She could put a garden out the window, but the problem is there's no sun there. You can't grow anything. She's so used to living in the darkness down there it's so depressive for her. She just wishes she could grow anything, even a weed. Which is like the most pathetic thing I've ever heard in my life, because here I am yanking weeds every day because I live out in, rural California where everything grows. Everything. It's just so sad. That was her dream. I was like, that's the kind of depressive place. Could you imagine living in that where you have so little sun that even the weeds don't grow? Anyway. Well, you see, that's the thing about San Francisco. You don't have a yard in San Francisco. In San Francisco, it was, this was, I think this was at least 10 years ago. It cost something like $400 to $500 a month to rent a parking space. Your apartment that was, like a studio apartments, I think like $1,500 at the time. Gone up since then. There's no such thing as a yard. So, yeah. Anyway, we go to, the guy was begging for food, so my dad was laughing, so we're saying, oh, he wants food. And it's like, he doesn't want food. We go, and we get him a sandwich, and, the sandwiches were good. He takes the sandwich, he immediately throws it, I didn't want a sandwich, I wanted a beer. And I was like going, money and stuff like that. I was like going, he just laughed, and this is like, yeah. San Francisco, full of great people. There's good stuff. I mean, Fisherman's Wharf, the Wax Museum. I walked across the Golden Gate and looked up at the pillars, which was cool. The whole city stinks because it smells like pollution and fish from the wharf. So be prepared for that. Not a very large city. It's just a very tall city. Very dirty and grungy, and that was years ago. God, it was dirty and grungy when I was a kid, like 20. This was like 20 plus years ago. I used to go to the Giants games there, the baseball team, because my dad loved it, and I just wanted to go hang out with him. Yeah, overall, every time I've been there, it's been disgusting. I've seen a lot of crime, and a lot of people who are really sad to be there. That's San Francisco in my mind. A shithole. There you go. It's a terrible place. So when I modeled my dystopian steampunk city, it's after San Francisco, which is why it's on the ocean. Now you know. Take that, San Francisco. Take that. To be fair, there's a worse city right next to it called Oakland, but we don't go to Oakland, so you can't pay me to go to Oakland. I don't think so. Nope. Not looking to die today, not going to Oakland. That's pretty much how Oakland is. You go there. It's right across the bay from San Francisco. I has my clock. Yay, clock. But there's a slight boo going on. Boo. 007 last time was in San Francisco. There's homeless claiming they were. Fair enough. Fair enough. The homeless there claim a lot of things. I do think here. Engine. I'm forgetting the command to add to show a zero like if there's nothing there. Like it shows a zero and then like it's 2 digits. It forces 2 digits. Yeah, Louisiana was at one point like the murder capital of the U.S. It isn't anymore, but it's a place you could go. And San Francisco is really cold. Everywhere else can be like, you know, like scorching hot. You'll go there and it's like you'll need a jacket. Well, yeah, nobody wants to go to Louisiana because it's the murder capital. It's not anymore, but it was for a long time. I haven't heard much about them since there was like a flood there at one point that destroyed a bunch of stuff. They used to have Mardi Gras all the time. They probably still have Mardi Gras all the time, honestly. Um, what's the code for this? Good luck on the shower and go to the Voodoo Museum. That sounds cool. I need to go there and like probably like Alcatraz, the other place I need to go to. Anyway, now you're talking about Louisiana. Yeah, go to a Voodoo Museum. Sounds awesome, especially after all the voodoo dolls. Probably Voodoo Museum in San Francisco too. Walked earlier, the entire place smelled like urine. Wait. Was that at the Voodoo Museum or? Oh, gross. Oh yeah, that sounds about right, Trill. I know San Francisco's freezing. I know all too well. Um, what is the code for this? Oh, there's actually something in two texts here. Minimum. Okay, it was literally right here on here. I'm dumb. Okay, like it was. I could have pushed the down arrow, and the answer was here. Don't mind me, everyone. I mean, you know, that's kind of a thing where it sounds like your dad's really old. Maybe he might not be as together as one would expect. Like I could see that. Not horrible. I mean, you know, it is what it is. I'm not hating. Oh well, you know, maybe it's a really young kid. Sounds like people there need some diapers. Hair dryer to dry it. Well, there you go. I mean, kind of weird, but gross. There we go. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tick. Yeah, I don't know if I even need the other thing like that, but Right now it'd be a clock for well, for now it's just keeping track of the time that the game has been running. I can do something else. This is mostly a proof of concept. But I could also have timers ticking down or something like that. But right now it's just could be numbers going like that. I actually toyed with a concept, but I don't think it fits very well for Metroidvanias. And that is, what if the game resolved in 12 hours? Because the dolls are only alive at night, so you basically have the night to make it out. Okay, which will give you, will be nice and say 12 hours. So if the game lasts 12 hours and you're watching that clock tick the whole time, that would change the whole game. But at the same time, I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that. So, but having random clocks is kind of cool, and I was like, I'll just make this item now, and now it has this item. What does it do? No. I can also just set a start time and have it count too. Or have them tick down as well. I don't know. We starts with making the clock, and then we make the clock do other things. Let's make another variable here. Countdown. Um, I got different types of clocks too on this. Like we can make this complicated. It's actually possible I might want to switch on a strain or even have an enum. I don't know, I might change things here in a bit, but if it's false, we'll do this. If it's true, we just leave the start time to 0. And then let's just branch this. The thing about steampunk is it's never really need an explanation for why you did weird crap. It's steampunk. You just do that. Fine. And then we're just going to take new time here and truncate it instead of having it directly connect. This way I can do that, and I can move things out a bit and make it a little nicer. Yes. Kinda. I guess I could have just dragged all these down. It would have been a little nicer and in general. All right, so move these down here. really need that giant thing out there now. It just goes this and just fine. All right, so now I can do a reverse here, and let's just say I set this to like my start time will be. I don't actually know how it would do that. We'll say a countdown. I'm curious what it does. I think it set a time, so I might need to set the time a specific way. I don't know how that works. Hmm. I set this on. It's a countdown. Wait, why did I set a new time? Why did I just start time? That one still works just fine. Almost eliminated the need to even buy that pack. I might have saved myself $3. Oh my god, $3 saved. That's insane. That's value right there. The most value. I'm gonna grab myself more alcohol and take a quick bio break real fast. Didn't take that long. He's back on our vessel. See? I'll be right back. Oh, I'll be right back. Yep. Okay. Onward to glory, or what passes for glory, or something. You know, it's fine. Something. One does not need to question why the glory happens. One need only enjoy the glory. But why in the world does it not work the other direction? Right? Because it's just the real-time seconds. And it would just be the time since. So explain. Is it not yielding something? Like 600 seconds. Steampunk toys. At the start, I forgot something. I know. Now I can have things that are like, you know, timers. Mostly steampunk clock. Very important. There we go. Isn't that exciting? I want more to this clock though, but still. What are we going to do to make the clock look prettier? I have questions. Ugh. I don't think I'm going to make it anywhere near as long today as I did yesterday. that was rough. I enjoyed it a lot, but that was a long day yesterday. Which wouldn't be too bad, but that means that today I basically didn't have as much. What are we doing? Kind of the longer I go, the better all my numbers look. So tempting to just stream 24/7 practically, but no. I guess it's just timers and we'll go from there. Because I have a timer two directions of just counting and not. And I guess I could have it count from just 0. Having it have a default start time is interesting though. Let's play with visuals. Because right now the visuals are fine, but they could be more interesting. Like I want pipes on it too. Can I add a pipe spline to this? Does that work like this? I don't think it does. I might have to do it inside of the thing, but let's play a game first. Game is, does it work? The answer is, I don't really know. Can you actually add spline? I mean, it looks like there is a spline. But it doesn't look like I can really do much with it. Like I could just kind of do that, but I can't really bend it. Well, actually, I see this one. Can't click it though. It does not do what you want. But I have pipes. I can also just make pipes in here or use pipes in here. So it's not like I need to really use a pipe spline, though I do like pipe spline. Mm. So what if I start putting stuff here? Hmm. Hmm. Why is this at a weird angle? Shouldn't it be like 180? Actually, I think the whole thing is not at a normal angle. That's funny. This is actually that, so why in the world? Why is this such a weird angle? This looks straight to me. Yet here we are. I'm gonna copy this one and use it. Delete the other one because it's just weird. Here. Perfect. It kind of sticks out the bottom there, but we don't like that. So that. Undo that. Not a big fan of the block under there. I'll probably go like to the 8 hour mark and then I'll hand you guys off to someone else. It's like 27 more minutes. Definitely not doing 11 plus hours this time than I probably. Well, I guess if I find something really exciting to work on, I might continue longer, but I'm still feeling the lack of sleep from yesterday that I was like, definitely not there at this point. Like tomorrow I could probably go a lot longer, but I think I can only do 11-hour days or 11.5-hour days every other day. If I wasn't working as well, it would be pretty easy, but I don't want to stream all the time. I actually have a crappy clock. Hey, Prosto Coito? Prosto, we'll call it mostly Prosto. I've been drinking a bit and it's like 6:12 a.m. for me. So I'm making a steampunk clock. I've already made, I was just embellishing it. This is my fine steampunk clock. We will, I don't know where I'm going to put it yet. I needed a bunch of steampunk laboratory assets, and I decided I would just start making them myself. And it led to, well, this setup here. 190, please. You put this somewhere, and I will give you the tour. I don't even know if I like the clock where it's at. Also, it's quite where I want it to be, but I didn't make it with a place in mind. I guess it now lives up here until I find a place for it. We'll make something with it. It's just not even close to the right location. I'll put stuff to put it into place later, or like hold it in place. Do something like that. It's kind of high up. Anyway. Ooh. Oh. We will give you the tour. Well, this is the lab I was making. So in the game, you were killed off and your soul was put into a doll, and you wake up in this laboratory. I've been making all these things here. Including my beating heart thing. Can't even see the clock ticking up there. But yeah, she's a tiny doll. And she's, you know, in a tiny doll world. Well, there's not much gameplay in that area at the moment because I'm just building the actual physical area, but I will show you some random gameplay instead. Give you the tour. Might also wake me up a bit because I can be going for about 8 hours. Yesterday I went for 11.5 hours streaming. I was like, then I got up and worked after like 4 hours of sleep and worked 8 hours. And so today I'm like, not sure I'm making 11 hours today. A lot. Okay, so then that meshes down. All right. So This is Poppet. The game's called Poppet Quest, and she uses tarot cards as her powers. A bit laggy because my computer's only so strong. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. It's the first of her weapons. It's her dodge. I'm using it just so I can burn some curse. If you go into the darkness, you gain curse power. Curse power powers your abilities. Yeah. But it drains your sanity. When your sanity hits 0, you die. So don't let your sanity 0. If you go back to light, your sanity comes back. Completely fair. But you don't get any curse power back, so you can't use a lot of your abilities. You have to go in the dark to gain power to use your abilities. Otherwise, you have health. Yeah. Oh. I gotta set Patrick's name to be Patrick. You'll just have to remember his Patrick. I just added a life bar thingy and forgot to change that. So, anyway, this is Patrick. Chat named him. I'll change this thing back later. And, it's got like 3 phases. You actually missed me. That's interesting. This just does its usual weapon, things like that. Exactly. Someone in chat was just like, what have you done with my boy Patrick? And that's how he got his name. So the magician lets you pick up objects and throw them, or manipulate things in the environment, such as turn lights on or off. The chat blocked off 1 second. No, you know, yep, exactly. He's the first boss, so he's not the most complicated. He spits things and summons minions later. Unfortunately, the longer I stream, the slower my computer gets for some reason. And after like 8+ hours, it starts to get pretty laggy. He summons little minions to help him out. They're great because they blow up. Start wailing on him some more. The Fool has other abilities, like its superpower is it grows big. I haven't set to a really low life total to make up for the fact that, you know, I have to do this fight a lot to show people the game. In his third phase, he jumps around like crazy and summons lots of minions to help him out. This is the Star. The Star trades sanity for health, or health for sanity, depending upon which you want to use. If you open the menu, it actually takes a screenshot of what's behind you, so I tried a photo bomb. I may have the ability to save it later and name them. I missed the explosions. Never get tired of that. I don't get out much. But it's pretty laggy, unfortunately. Really laggy. Okay, well, that's awkward. Got him. I have triple damage on him, made him a lot easier, so. No simple fight mechanic. As I was saying, it's a steampunk world, so we can zoom out to my steampunk city I've been building. Right by the ocean here. I'm going to zoom out a little more so I can do this faster because I don't want to be slow about it. Yep, you see I built a nice steampunk city all around it. Mostly so you can look out of the building. This is my toy factory. You're trying to escape this toy factory. You're killed, you wake up in there and you're like, okay, well, we got to get out and solve the mystery of this curse and how you're even able to leave the building, because you can't leave the building because you're powered by the curse that permeates only the building. Give you an idea of some of the other mechanics, and yeah. Showcase some art. By art, I mean just locations that I've been working on. Yeah, well, basically, you're a person whose soul got put into a toy. So I guess it's like a cursed toy. There's a toy maker who's been killing off girls, kind of like Jack the Ripper, basically, effectively like that. And he puts their souls into toys so that his 14-year-old ghost girl, like ghost daughter, can play with them. So she has friends because her ghost, actually, his daughter died in this building and she can't leave. So he bought it and turned it into this, toy factory. And makes special friends for her. Not all the toys are alive. Just some of the toys are alive. And I've got models for her and things like that too. I made a bunch of the characters, not all of them. I made some of them. I made like most of the females, some of the guys. Pretty much all the bosses. Yeah. All the female bosses. So the magician can also be used as for platforming, such as opening drawers. You get it to places. Who also breaks things. The game's like 13 to 15% done, so it needs a lot of refinement. Like, I've made a lot of stuff, a lot of content, it's just not perfect yet. And you can go out on the pipes out here and wander the building, you just can't leave the building. Yeah, because I have a lot of content. I probably have about 30% of the actual, like, areas made. Yeah. But I mean, I have like 8 enemies, like 1.5 bosses made, something like that. Maybe even 9 enemies at this point. I have like half the I think I have 12 of the tarots programmed. I'm doing the 22 major arcana. 90% done, 9% to do, pretty much. Well, people like to will ask, like, well, where are you at? I'm like, okay, well, I'm at this, and yeah. I'm trying to release this game by next October. Keep forgetting to fix that little hole right there. It's annoying. There's another red enemy, but there's no nav mesh down, so they can't move, unfortunately. But I'll showcase other things in a bit. Oh, hi, True Nightmare Gaming. This is a game I'm making called Poppet Quest. I was just showcasing off the mechanics and everything. I did a combat just a moment ago, but she uses this is Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her like soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape this toy factory, like where she woke up at. And I was just showing out the mechanics for it, but I'll use another room to show off other mechanics and continue the tour. Yeah? Are they the kind of friend that likes, Alice Madness Returns and those kinds of games? The American McGee Alice games? Because if so, I'm definitely, exactly. So did I. I love the aesthetic of it. So in this game, like the main mechanic of it is that there's a curse that permeates the building, and the curse gives you power. It powers you entirely. However, it slowly drives all the toys insane. You can use the curse power in order to use your tarot cards to do extra things that you couldn't normally do. However, if you're in the light, you don't gain curse power. But if you leave the light, you do gain curse power. It's just that you slowly lose your sanity, and when your sanity hits 0, you die. However, if you return to the light, your sanity comes back. So you just got to bounce back more between the dark and the light in order to play the game, basically. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. It serves as the first weapon. These enemies are fodder enemies. They're really stupid. They will stab you eventually, but they're really stupid. He's like, what you doing? Stabs you. Okay. Oh, yeah, it does have controller support. 1 second. I do have a controller. I just been using the mouse and the keyboard because I keep programming everything, and I just too lazy to grab the controller. But I do actually have controller support. I think I have controller support. I do actually have controller support. I'm just, wondering why my controller isn't registering. My computer doesn't have controller support. Damn. My computer doesn't have controller support? Okay, well, for some reason I don't want to run my computer, but it does have it. Yeah. So, another one of the things there is the Magician, which lets you pick up objects and also manipulate the environment. Like Control. He's also got Hanged Man, which is a bubble wand. I gotta make the bubbles large enough to fit the enemies, but is it? I know the Alan Wake games happen in the same world. I like the bubble noise. I can't help myself. Pull the Magician back up. So this is the Hierophant room. There's possessed objects in the game that just kind of do whatever they want, and they won't listen to you. Whatever you want to do. But if the Hierophant's active, they'll act like platforms as long as the Hierophant is active. But it does slowly drain your curse if you're not, if you're in the light, so you gotta be careful about that. It will run out. Boing, boing. I gotta fix these lanterns here, they're in the way. Boing. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on making the lights more apparent too, which is a thing. Which almost had a curse, so I have to go to the dark to do that. You'll notice it turns kind of purple when it's dark. Isn't there? In this case. Maybe. I don't really know all the lore that happened there. This is not the first level. This thing is largely divided into rooms. This room happens after the first boss. There's no real punishment for falling other than having to do it again in this room, so it's not as bad as you might think, but this is my reference to Annabelle. Warning, positively do not open. I haven't put the model in yet, but If you know anything about Annabelle and the Warren Museum. Fun references. Got my curse bag here. Woohoo! You're saying I don't know. I mean, you shouldn't care about paying some dude that. Oh. Yeah, like the audio is not perfect at the moment. Like a lot of things are just kind of tossed in here. These aren't the final sounds for anything. I haven't even done most of the sound work yet. But you know, we're getting there. Gotta get the key to the next room. The Hall of Records key. Since you haven't seen these ones, I like these because they explode. They're still my favorite enemy because they explode. Because I have the key, I can open the Hall of Records. I can also close it. Oh, they're coming! My room, not yours. These are my friendly landmine. Oh wait, you can open these, by the way. Cupboards that you can go into and things. In case you want to sneak into the cupboard. These are my friendly landmines. Just dumb crap. You know what I'm saying? Toy Story Fields, I saw the stream thumbnail. Nice, nice, yeah. Fun Easter eggs, yes, yes. She is a boss. She is in fact a boss later in the game, much later in the game. Basically an invincible boss if you don't get the thing to fight it. Well, like the Haken in like Prince of Persia 2. There you go. It's an invincible boss that you need the weapon to kill or you can't fight it. Part of the secret ending if you happen to go for it. Well, I guess there's like 3 endings. Crazy idea. Webcam support. Then you start figuring you in this. Music down, adult, streak it down, tell you. That is a lot of stuff there, Shrill. Just saying. Voice sensitive? Yeah, I'm gonna have a thing where you can have like there's. I haven't really done a lot of the sound attenuation yet, but I mean, there's going to be options to also lower sounds and change things, so we'll see. Full game layout ready? I have a lot of game layout done. Oh, you haven't seen the platforming? Yeah, the Magician are showing this to post over there, but pull your hat out, lady. Yeah. So this lets you open doors to get up to places. Yes, do not open the lady's bedside table. More cursed objects. I start to mix the puzzles together more with the abilities so you can actually do things. What you're seeing is actually just the first of the biomes because it's a Metroidvania, so Metroidvanias usually have biomes essentially where, you know, they're different areas. And largely this place is more like almost like a toy amusement park than an actual factory so far. I missed the jump. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. This is a library thing. Lots of secret things like that. I'm gonna have you climb on bookshelves and stuff like that to get up stuff, and you know, things. Give you some other examples of stuff here. There's a lot of the mechanics of the game. I mean, you didn't see the big fight thing. I just did the Patrick fight though, but maybe I could do it against him. So the second area is very Safari-like, where I start building more up and down. Water kills Poppet until she gets the Emperor Tarot. Yeah, exactly. Alice's mace, perfect. Yep. more crazy areas to play in. I built multi-tiers. There's pipes you can run around inside of. There's bridges here. There's a ground floor down here. I guess I could turn the lights on so you can see better what I have going on here. I haven't put a lot of the lights in yet for this particular room, so, you know, it's got a lot of glowy stuff. Yeah, I build lower levels like this, upper levels, hidden platforming. Like these are launchers that can launch you up onto things like chandeliers and stuff. I also build under the water, like it's a fish tank thing, so there's things to go in there. I will show you the fast travel system because it's part of the game mechanics, so. I'll show you some of the other fun areas. I guess I could actually just run around the level too, for that matter. I was working on this one here. It's like multi-tiered as well. Some of the areas I have areas that are designed for toys, and in this case I have like a pirate area that I was building with like, you know, toy areas. But there's the toy maker, you know, basically Jack the Ripper for all intents and purposes, literally he captured a bunch of women like that, and they've all gone crazy, so you have to fight a lot of them. And however, one of the victims he screwed up on, and her soul got stuffed into the paintings instead. So she kind of moves around through the paintings. She can't leave the paintings, so she's not able to really truly interact with anything besides the paintings themselves. But oh yeah, strength is double jump. So this is my weird pirate diorama thingy. I'll probably have more of them too, just because it's a fun thing. A nice person in the chat bought it for me. I was like, oh my god. Woohoo. I like to hide things, so there's secrets all over the place because I can't help myself. Woohoo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of sound work. So. These guys are little, like chicken looking. Oh, I got launched. I don't know how I got launched there. What is launching me? How is that launching me? Oh, I fell in the water. Oops. Anyway. People saying, oh, they're talking to each other. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So I'm definitely got an ape in the whole Alice in Wonderland. You'll probably like this for the Alice in Wonderland type of room. These rooms are mostly made for kids to play around in with their toys. It's just kind of fun to make yourself seem tiny. I have weird paths everywhere. No reason to go down there at the moment. This is the tomato garden with the weird tomato buildings, including pipes between them too, so you can go weird places. There's a light tarot as well, but I currently walk around with none of the abilities active and make my life really hard. Boing, boing. Yeah, I got lots of weird pathways to wander around, and I'm also going to have another area under the water here too, but you can't go there until you get the Emperor. Arrow? No. A lot of these areas got designed in like the last week and a half, I think. I mean, I do a lot of work on stream, so if you want to see where things are going, there's all sorts of crazy places to go. Saying? Okay. And I was going to show off the fast travel mechanic and what it does. They're back. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So I got the alerts finally working. Nice. I got oh, well, thanks for gifting sub Sensbury to Shrilda. Nice, nice. You're so much closer to the infamous extra emojis. Oh my god. Good thing, man. Glad to help out. Gotta spread the love around, because if you don't spread the love around, that's just no fun. Spread the love. Help everyone out and we'll all get the affiliate together. So anyway, the fast travel in this game works by those paintings I was talking about. So whenever you find a locked painting, you can actually unlock it. Currently the magician does it, but I'm probably going to change that out. And the ghost lives in the painting, appears like that, and now you can travel into that. Her name's Tinka, and she floats around like that. I might switch her to be 2D. So anyway, one of the mechanics in the game is you can actually rescue dolls by dragging them to the painting world. You throw them into the paintings and then they appear in the painting world. And for some reason the lighting is really weird in the painting world right now. I don't know why. One of these bugs lately. This is the ghost lives in the painting. This is Tinka. She's another character I made and my Discord's favorite waifu. She floats in space. It's kind of hard to see at the moment, but watching. Floating there. On the other side of the glass. Anyway, whenever you unlock a painting, they now appear floating in this place, so you can actually just jump into them to visit them. I gotta take new photos for things. And if you happen to rescue a doll by throwing it through here, then they'll appear in various places. Yeah. For some reason the lighting is so weird though, I don't know why. Happened a couple times traveling through those paintings, but when I open the level itself it doesn't do it, so it must be something in the paintings that change things. I made this fine gentleman too. I made a bunch of teddy bears, so they'll be available later. For some reason he doesn't have his hat though. But yeah. When you're ready to leave, you just jump through a painting and you can go right back to wherever you were. So you'll need to rescue people in order to unlock things. So basically the collectibles are the same dolls. And that's a lot of, well, I guess you didn't see the Patrick fight. I only have one boss that's even remotely in good shape at the moment for any kind of fights. I actually just fought him a moment. That's fair. But definitely, we'll probably do that at some point. We'll see. But yeah, it's it's on the list. At this point, optimization isn't even that important because I keep changing things. I just keep doing things, but I'm waiting for 5.5 because Megalights helps so much for my project. I had to use crappy emissive stuff because Lumen hates lights and the FPS was trash. Yeah. I had the preview of 5.5 and it actually adds about somewhere between 10 and 15 FPS to the game, just adding Megalights in place of like half of the emissives. I'm just like, can't come soon enough. I mean, I suppose there's also nanite skeletons as well. This was just a preview version, so who knows what the real version's like. I imagine it's just way better than, you know, the real version's gotta be better than the preview, right? I mean, hopefully. That wouldn't be creepy at all. The game needs webcam stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's definitely a lot of things I'd like fixed, like the movement system. I'm using the game animation samples movement system, and you know those plugins are buggy. Like it really helps make her movement look awesome. That's why she moves around in such a very lifelike way. But yeah. Oh, okay. Well, since you haven't seen the Patrick fight, we'll do that one more time. Just one more though. I showed it to well, the people right before you, but this is my favorite pumpkin. I'm just gonna say it. I just like it. My favorite jack-o'-lantern. That one's okay, but this is the best one. If I ever make my own jack-o'-lantern again, it's gonna be doing that. Well, I forgot to change his name to Patrick again. Someone remind me after this. Anyway, this is Patrick. And Patrick is, you know, was named by chat. For obvious reasons. Yeah. Well, Shrill was saying I should have a life bar up there for the bosses instead of directly over them on the screen, so his name is NPC now until I fix it. I have like triple damage on to make this way faster because, yeah. He'll spit things. He'll try to hit your weapon. He summons helpful little minions. The exploding ones. I also get to use the star. Actually, before I use the star, let me use the magician to turn a light on. Light on? The star trades sanity for health, or health for sanity. Or if you're standing in the light, it's just like a nice heal, basically. The Fool has a superpower where it gets huge. I can knock him to the next mode really fast. His last mode, he summons legions of them and starts jumping around like crazy all over the place. He's the first boss, so he's not like the world's most complicated. He could use some work still, though. But yeah, buddy. Oh. Photo bomb. Yeah, she's gone white. My poor computer is just not loving life, but the longer the stream goes, the less it loves life. I broke the super thing. I forgot. I need to fix the broken super thing where if you change the mode in the middle of it, it breaks it. My poor computer. It's so, I may do some optimizing in a bit, but not much I can do against the NVIDIA codec just being hard on my computer. Which is basically what happens, the long streams. It does get really bad near the end, though. I'm actually just delagging the computer. I'll read the messages in a second. Jesus. Finally. I'm gonna change his name to Patrick. And don't forget. Alright, so. Just handle it. That's fair. I have two graphics cards, so that I have a 3060 Ti and a 6700 XT. It's like 20 gigs of VRAM between the two of them. But yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah. I definitely depends on what you're streaming. Like if you need to actually Patrick. Like UE5 definitely needs a UE4 like streams on a toaster. Obviously Godot, you know, or Unity can probably run it even less. Oof. Yeah, that's where we're at right now with the game. Like I say I'm about 13 to 15% done. I have a lot of stuff made. I have like 30% of the actual levels probably made. 12 of the tarots or so. I think like 8 of the enemies, and boss and a half done. As far as plans for the game, you're asking about having a setup there. This area is going to be an area based like on little mini city things. I just put a bunch of stuff here to remind myself that these were going to be here. Basically, I'm going to shrink down these cities and build like a mini multi-tiered city going on here with like, you know, catwalks and things like that. There's going to be one more boss fight in the water around this area, probably. The lower area here is going to have all the chess pieces have taken over this area. They call it the Great Board, and they worship it. So you'll find this area is overrun with that. There'll be like other toys around here too, but it's a thing. I need to fix this here, but the basement will be all the broken toys are. And then if you happen to find the secret better ending, there's a sub basement that I'm working on too. That will have corrupted things, essentially. Corrupted by the curse. I could have checkers as well. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I like that. That's funny. I was just gonna have chess pieces fighting each other, but the checkers thing is funny. I might make checkers. Add that to my list of things to think about. I appreciate the laugh, if nothing else. I need to merge my notes together too. Add that to my list here. I like those ideas. It's great. Keep a list of all the various things that the cat suggests and other ideas I come up along the way, and I was like, yep. Never know, it might prove handy. That might happen because it's easy to make checkers too. So yeah, I get that. Yep, I was just building a steampunk laboratory earlier. I've been making all these things just in blueprints, is why not? I don't know if you saw this stuff or not, but because you wake up in this room. I'm trying to hide assorted puzzling things and everything like that to find them later. Like, you know, so you come back to stuff. Yep, got my beating heart thing. I need to add more pipes and stuff. With my Tesla towers. I need like humming noises. Giant pentagram because it's important. No, you actually start with 0 of the cards. But for testing purposes, because I end up showing these off all the time, I just have them equipped. The first one you get's the Fool, then you get the Magician, and then the Hierophant's actually the next one. Then the Star. After that, I'm pretty certain Strength is the next one. And then I believe the Hermit. And then probably the Emperor after that. But in the first... I'm not even sure when you would get the Hanged Man. Probably the next weapon you get. Those are probably the next ones you get. Not yet. I once made the mistake of releasing my stuff early before I had actually completed it, in the hopes of garnering support. And all that did was kill the game, so I ain't doing that again. I want a solid demo before I put a Steam page up. So people can go, ooh, and I can wave it in front of publishers and get wish lists. But I do plan on pulling my testers from my Discord. So I just have that there waiting for people. But I'm aiming for hopefully next October for a release date. It's real tentative, but I've been going pretty fast because I spend a lot of hours every night just streaming, doing these things. So that's all I really do on stream is just work on the game. Well, I guess I chat with people too. Oh, there was a prototype for this that I released, because it was originally an RPG Maker game, and I decided to remake it. It didn't do very well. I didn't really bother with it. That was just released on itch, and it just got nothing. Nothing, not a zip. Oh, thanks for the follow too. I just was like, wow, I think 47 people played it or something. Well, 47 downloads. They might not even have played it. So it was like, it wasn't that great of a game. So this time we're doing it better. I'm building up a. I mean, by streaming it, I get people following me, which then leads to more, just people doing things. 47 download is good. Jesus. I couldn't even say that with a straight face. That is awful. So pathetic. But yeah, it could have been, but 47 still is completely worthless. Like, not even worth the time. But if I want people to play the game, if 47 people play the game, that is nothing. That is pointless. If, tens of thousands of people don't play this game, it will have been a waste of time at this point, really. I'm going to make the game real good because I want it to be a game people go, yeah, this is amazing. I refuse to have less. Anything less is just, back to the drawing board. I pretty much consider it 0. And I put a fair amount of time into that prototype, and it just was like, eh. And if I'd put it on Steam, they usually say you get 10x the traffic on Steam, so it would have been like, 470 downloads, which would have been not great either. It wasn't even for money. It was a free game, too. That was even worse. I was like, a free game that does nothing? A couple streamers played it. It didn't. One of them said he'd pay money for it. But this one's way better. Way better indeed. Anyway. I'm now at like 8 hours and 26 minutes, and I got to be back up to work in like, I think, 6 hours. So as much as I want to sit here and keep doing this, which I would, after yesterday's 11.5-hour stream, and then I think I got a grand total of like 5 hours of sleep since the previous stream. Probably not going to be able to go too much longer. Yeah, thanks. I'll find someone who needs traffic and rate them. And help someone out who's got like 1 viewer in the game dev category. Like, hey buddy, what you doing? Maybe someone's living their best life. Yeah, I mean, they do get 0, but that's just a fail at that point. That's no fun. By making a heart, okay, well, maybe that gets the... Right? Oh, and that person's playing the game. Why are they in game dev category? Some people's children. Unreal Engine game development. Doing, buddy? Doing. Oh. But I see like, I see a game. Here's the game. Eh. How come every time I get off like that, everyone just has they're all working on coding, so I can't tell if their game looks fun to look at. I'm just like going, does this look good? Does this look good? And it's just more walls of code, and I'm like, I don't know if that looks good. It's a wall of code. Dust? Wait, this person's another wall of code. I don't want to look at a wall of code. Battlefront game? Yeah, but I just rated Arcane Prophecy yesterday. I try to rate someone new, so this way they get traffic, so they get a chance. I will raid this Fox guy, why not? He's doing Unreal Engine. maybe it's interesting. I don't know. Actually, no, never mind. They keep saying positivity, inclusivity, don't fight, blah, blah, blah. There's so many messages. It sounds like there's just a war zone going on there. Never mind. Nobody wants that. Bot of the Spectre. Oh, man. Oh, his stream ended. Damn, I suck at this. Yeah. But you know what? I prefer to keep that away from, he's working on a cloud atmosphere. More code, huh? Jesus. Yeah, I prefer to keep away from all that if I'm enjoying this. Like, I don't want politics involved in my stream because that's never going to lead to anything good. That's just not a world that I want involved with what I'm doing here. Sure. Someone's making something and you need whatever. Let's give them a chance. I get actually. Anyone still watching it then? Eh. Oh, we'll go bug Hadamus again or something. He was kind of cool last time. Here, we'll follow Hadamus. Wait, what are you doing? You're looking at free. Why is no one making their game? We'll follow this guy here. What about this guy? I'll rate this guy. I don't even think he's interesting or not, but sure. Wait, I put it in the wrong one. Here. Minecraft's making carry pretty much. Yeah, the lefties will have meltdowns, and you know, like I just don't want that involved with my stream. Like off stream, people can talk politics all I want, but otherwise, this is not a good plan. Why is the raid thing you look weird? Anyway, I will catch everyone later. I'll be live tomorrow to do all those things. Good times across the board.